But like literally. Oh my god, y'all.
I'll try to take a hit here.
Like Jurassic Park. Like, fetch the stick, stupid.
Oh no, I did harden and I shouldn't have.
Drop pallet when you get out.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Moth.
Oh no.
If he's smart, he'll force us out. Oh yeah, you get out. Yeah! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god!
Nice.
Wait, don't look at the explosion, guys. Don't look at it. It's cooler that way. Oh my god! Actually, no, I don't care. I'm okay with either. Nemethys, Weskerthith, I don't care. I give me them both. Give them to me. Give both of them to me at the same time. It's a whisker. It's a whisker. Don't ain't no. You take that back, TM. Wesker is to me like Trickster is to you. Okay. How dare you? We didn't hold the Bubba, but we hold the Wesker. Done that yet?
Some things is having a bit of fun.
What do you mean, oh, this scene?
Leave it. Whoever's inside doesn't want an audience, and I don't want to fight.
Why are you laughing?
What the hell did you do?
Ahoy. Hi, everybody. No cam today. Ugh. Guys, should we make a prediction for the over-under of how many people are gonna be like, no cam? As I swear to God, I will time out people or ban people or delete messages. I don't care. Don't you pin a message? I don't know, because I don't know if I want to pin that. 300? You think 300 people are gonna be in my stream today? I was debating Spades between like a that pin or a join pin or a what the fuck? Hello? I like that. Spades, I like that. Yeah, that's perfect. No notes. Kodiak, what the fudge?
Far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
Holy moly guacamole, Kodiak. What the fudgy wudgies. Hello? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies, Choomst, Michael Creed, Ewan Sirs, Amy, Arc Linker, and King Hell. Enjoy, homies, your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Kodiak, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Also, let me get my kissies. Let me get my kissies. Spades first. Saucy Plague not first. Here's a button. Mwah! Saucy Plague. Mwah! Moon Quartz. Mwah! Supernova. Mwah! True Shinobi. Mwah! Destiny. Mwah! Michael Creed. Mwah! Nikki Renee. Mwah! Rootsy. Mwah! Like Magic. Mwah! Ghost Loops. Mwah! Happy kissies. Purple. Done. Done, done, done. Hi, Ghost Loops. Hi, Rootsy. You said hi to Rootsy twice. I like Rootsy. I'm playing DBD right now, too. So have you been enjoying, like, anything in particular? You're just, like, you don't, like, have a favorite anything yet. You're just kind of, like, experimenting? You gotta, oh, wow, Waluigi. Wah! Destiny, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Holy moly. I think I figured out the event better and I'm liking it more now. Also, keyboard is better for me. Wait, what? Do you normally play on controller? What are we doing? Kodiak attack, no uppercase letters, they're all undercase. Kodiak attack, A3. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Thank you so much, Kodiak. That is so sweet. Should we take a shot? I just ate. Big ol' Cook Unity meal. It was delicious. It was delicious. Oh, no! No! Oh, I was gonna ask you how you're feeling today, too. Damn. Oh, watch you feel better by Monday. Do you, like, work, like, a Monday through Friday? That's so, frustrating. I'm so sorry. How are you feeling today, though? No way, Destiny! Period! Wait, P13 or level 13? I'm gonna guess level 13. Unfortunately, I don't. I'm off Monday and Tuesday. Oh, okay, good. Good, though. Because you're not working right now, right? Because that would be so miserable if you are. How's everyone doing today? Happy weekend. We just got done with D&D. Yippee. Oh, P13? What? You just started playing? How many survivors do you have? That's very impressive. Shinobi, thank you for the 60 stream streak. What the fudge? Oh, yeah, oh, the 10 million blood points. That'll do it. Oh, Destiny, that'll do it. And I got Doctor's Note. Good, Kodiak. Oh my god. Well, hopefully you can get some good rest. Damn, that sucks. You're the first streamer I got this far. That's insane. 60 is a huge stream streak. Because it's not just 60 days. Because it's not like 60 days in a row that I stream. That's like, I don't know. That's at least like 3 months of streams. That's insane. You're doing okay? You know what? Doing okay is better than doing terrible, so I'll take it. Teenagers scare the living shit out of me. 18 million blood points. What are you going to use them on, Shinobi? Kodiak, what should I do for you? What kind of kitty cat should we do for you? Oh, this is, oh, poor baby. You're gonna be a sick kitty because you're feeling sick. You're gonna have like a little thermometer in your mouth. That's actually really cute. Oh, your kitty cat is so sick. Poor baby. I'm gonna leave you alone, but not me. Oh, yeah. Where'd my music go? Oh. Well, it just ends abruptly. Depends if I buy New Survivor or not. Fair. I would love if y'all were not so cute and distracted so I could finish my project. Wait, what are you working on? I like magic. Jinx. Think with a forehead kissy. Hi, Music Cat. Oh, no way! 15 million's insane. Hold on. There you are. Kodiak with your little thermometer kitty. Isn't that kind of cute? Thank you so much for the 5 good subs. Kodiak! Pick a shot for me. Pick a shot for me. Did you say it's so bright in here? Yeah, I don't have my, so it's a positive. I don't have my ring light on, so that's nice. But I don't have, like, the purple lights on. It looks so cute. I hope I'm sending you healing vibes. I have Fruit Loops vodka, Kraken rum, Malort, Pink Whitney. What else do we have? Ugh, my tequilas. And, moonshine. What's it called? Apple pie moonshine. So let me know, Kodiak, what you want me to take a shot of. Kill bright in there. I had 5 HP. 5 HP. What did you end with, Music Kid? At least it didn't go down like I did. Guys, I almost died in D&D today. Oh, there we go. What is going on in DBD right now? What do you mean, Shinobi? What do you mean? Take the apple pie moonshine? Oh, do you really? Okay. Alright. I can't believe how, like, almost empty this bottle is. Oh, King Hell, are you at work for another hour? Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, it's because I'm dumb. New survivor or an event? Actually, both. The survivor on your screen is new. Yummy. Wheelie, hope you're doing so good. I don't know if I said hello to you. Oh, yeah, me too! The old smoky moonshine apple pie. It's exactly what I got. All right. But I just smelled it. Oh, God. What was I about to say? I can't pour this into a shot glass because it makes a mess. So I just drink out of it. So, bottoms up. You guys are just gonna have to trust I'm drinking it. Oh, God. Oh. Yummy. Oh, new day. New day. I didn't get your kissy. Mwah, mwah. You get 2 because I missed it. Yeah. Oh. I mean, yum. Also, I'm going to crack open a G Fuel, too. Oh, ghoulishly. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Spades. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, that was a crunchy can. Holy moly. Caught in a bad romance. Jello. Mwah, thank you for the fire kissing. Guys, everyone go follow my streamer ghoulishly. Really? Mwah, thank you for the fire kissing. 29 days? Boop. Period. Wait, really? White chocolate covered strawberry moonshine? No way. What's up, Royal Bacon? Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, also 300 kisses, Willie? Holy. Oh, go Sloops. You can't see it, but I'm giving you a big hug. Hugs for you and anybody who needs one. If you guys don't want it, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. I am going to have to go and make another liquor trip soon. I don't need to, but because I'm almost out of the apple pie moonshine, I'll probably only have like I don't know. It might make it to the end of July. Sporebound. Mwah. Thank you for the flare kissing. Also, let's see. Because I do want to try some different, whatchamacallit, moonshines now that I've tried this apple pie one. But if you guys want to join in here, if you are on Steam, click that link and just request to join my game. And if you are, oh, actually, don't do it yet because I was not in the banquet. Oh, wait. All right, now you can join. But just if you're on Steam, so PC, Steam, etc., go, yeah, King Hell, thank you. Just click on that link and join in. And if you're on console, send me a friend request. Oh, perfect, awesome. And we're gonna do 2 games. 2 games with each group, and it's just first come, first serve, but we'll prioritize new peeps. It's also helping the hybrid. Oh, the hybrid's also helping? Yeah. Awful Gamer. Mwah. Danger Dan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. 300 kisses! That's a lot. Let me open up my stream on my phone so I can have my chat up on there. Holy, how's everyone's weekend been? D&D was super fun today, even though I almost died. Stellar Bear! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What build do we want to do? You know, I'm just going to keep this build for now. Oh, don't forget to do your dailies. Dailies. Oh, I got you. Was that girl next door? I got you. Cool. Thank you so much for being so hot and tall and talented and handsome. All right, who? Okay, King Hell is Dustin. Oh, look. Okay, this is a cool looking lobby. Yeah, it was super fun today, Stellar Bear. We had a really fun combat. YBC. Thank you for the floor. I can't see. Oh, that's you. Perfect. Yes, I think Shane is so dope. Yeah, I really enjoy Shane. Pix almost died. It was an almost death party. It was an almost death party for sure. Don't forget to put your toothy torties on. Personally, I'm not like gonna make a big stink about it, but just to, I don't know, respect all the other like gamers that are playing today. Like I don't care. I'm not gonna care. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're banned if you don't bring this, but just in case like someone else that we're playing with gets mad about it. I don't want anyone to get mad. Mwah, thank you for the forehead, I can't say. Raven, I love you. I hope you're feeling better today. I know you had, you're not feeling good yesterday. YBZ, okay, hold on. You can't see it, but can you hear it? That's my no you card smacking you in your face. You like that? Get smacked. YBC, no you. Also, the only rules that I have for open lobbies, be nice to me, please. I'm sensitive. Be nice to your fellow teammates, and hey, put that away! And be nice to the killer. So, no bagging at the gates, no bagging at the killer, no toxicity, etc. And no, like, shit-talking the other, like, teammates and be like, oh, like, this person sucks or whatever, you know? Because we actually have, like, not a list, but we have, like, we're starting to make a list at the moment of people who have been, like, shitty that aren't allowed to play open lobbies anymore because of that, so. We take it seriously. We take sportsmanship seriously. I think that's what I wanted to say. It's sportsmanship. Hey. Hey. Don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. Good evening, Bravo Penguin. Ah! They go with a forehead kissy. Oh shit! I'm so sorry, Saucy. Hi, Sammy. Saucy, I'm so sorry to hear that. Damn. No, thank you for being you, Saucy. Big hugs to you. You can't see them, but you can feel them. Go team. Sammy. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Mystic Simba. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Do you guys mind if you guys just take the chase? Because I don't feel like getting chased today. You guys mind? A VSO Peak. I do have a VTuber model, and I've used it a couple times. It's been over a year since I've used it. Well, over a year? Maybe like just about a year, maybe, since I've used it. Yeah, maybe about a year since I've used it. Or maybe about like 8 months, maybe. I don't know, whatever. Can we consensually? Yes. Consensually, yes. I don't know. I like the PNG tuber. I think why I don't like using the VTuber so much is because it doesn't like my glasses and it doesn't like my bangs. And my camera doesn't pick up on my reactions with my glasses and my bangs. And I feel like I have to be even more animated in order to VTube to make my VTuber like react the way. Yeah, it's frustrating, right? And so I feel like I have to like be even more animated, and it takes more energy to VTube because of the issues that I was having. I'm sure there's ways to fix it. I just don't care enough to try to fix it because I don't really VTube. I loved it. I really love my VTuber. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Perfect. Nice. I did really enjoy it. But I think this is just easier. And it's a lot less, como se dice, taxing. That reacts with the mic? Yeah, so I don't have that. I know that's easy to set up, I just haven't yet. And I should. I should set it up, because it is... I know it's like a pretty easy thing to set up, I just haven't. Human Raptor. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, this gen got done? And that gen. Oh, okay, it's cool. So we got 2 big split gens. I like that. I like that. Micah, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Also, Japan, thank you for the 45 stream streak. What the fudge? Micah, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'll try to see if I can find a clip, because I have a couple clips. I actually have a whole YouTube video of my VTuber that I did for a horror game. It was so, oh my god, that was so much fun. I'm doing alright, Micah. I'm so fudging tired, you know? I'm just like super duper tired. But I'm okay. How are you doing? Human Raptor, thank you for the 7 stream streak. What the heck? Also, hi, Dragon. Oh. Oh, yes, cool. Bye-bye. Oh! Oh, we dropped! Oh, I'm a bad girl. Nice. Ooh, I'm sorry, Jason. Yikes. Yeah, really? Shinobi, it's night. It's rough, isn't it? That's 2 months of nonstop pixel. Yikes. Yikes, right, Japan? Also, try again. Ah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Po! Thank you for the 135 stream streak. Oh, you like my character? Thank you. My good friend Chaotic Aura drew this for me. So sweet. And I love it. I think it's so cute. It's so pretty. Like, I feel so pretty with it. I think it's super fun, but I also think it's super like Survivor sided. You know what I mean? Putting me to shame. Oops. That's right. That's right. I'll leave. Deserte. Oh, there he is. Nice. Escape. Mwah. What's up, groovy Necronomicon? Welcome in. Escape, I hope you're doing very well. No. Oh, whatever, Dragon. I'm so happy for you. Congrats. Happy for you. That's really cool, though. I love that. Lily's the fairy. You pulled that, and Mina pulled that recently, too. So happy for her. Oh, Groovy, you're so sweet. That's very sweet of you. You don't have to say that. Ooh, wait, if you're being chased, I kind of want to go... Oh, he's going back over there. Okay, let's heal then. Yeah, Mina pulled that damn Clefairy. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. If you can heal me, I have conviction. Heal me! Heal me! Oh, that's fine. I was gonna have Spades heal me while they were mending. Oh, were you on stream when she pulled it? Ah. Because I want to go and then get the save. Because I have conviction. So, I can pull myself up if I go down for the unhook. I just feel like... Because as long as they get away from basement, we should be good. We just need to get away from basement. Alright. Do you guys think we could do it? Oh, we could definitely do it now. Because now I take a hit for Dustin. Yeah, this is perfect. I just take the hit for Dustin. Yes, he's right by me. Perfect. I just want to keep taking that hit. Take me? Yes, perfect. Alright, now I run away. Yes. No! Okay. Well, Dustin's actually running away from Shaq, which is perfect. So yeah, no, this is actually working out wonderfully. Let's make sure he doesn't go back to basement, actually. I can't take that. I can't do that. I was gonna try to Sabo. Can't do it. Can't do it. An amazing card. I'll have to get a list of what you want. Like, I know you put a list of like things you need. I still have that Tauros. But I don't think the value there matches up for those two cards. Wait, King Hell is dead? Oh my god, King Hell, I should have died for you. I'm so sorry. I did not realize that you are dead. We're dead. Shit. King Hell, I'm so sorry, homie. I don't know how to read. My play didn't work. What was your play? What was your play, King Hell? Rin, thank you for the 15th stream streak, and mwah. Where was the gen that was like 99? It was Kodiak. Oh, is it this one? It's gotta be this one. Yeah, it's this one. Oh no! Oh, it's alright. I haven't hooked yet. I'm good. Yeah, King Hell, what was your play? You're late? What do you mean? We're not even... We're 20 minutes into the stream. What do you mean, Rin? What do you mean you're late? Cayman! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh! Oh, did he block the window at the bulldozer? That's so funny. Adds my prime streamer stuff. BritBox for 2... I'm just gonna smile now and be like, yeah, I totally know what any of that stuff is. Oh, for 40 barbecue chips for 14 bucks? Period. Oh, sorry. I was reading chat. Jordan, thank you for the 20 streams. Oh, let me heal you. Oh. No! 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 Cool. He's probably gonna make it to another hook. Okay. I don't care. Was that the gen that was 99? Or not 99? No. Oop. I think that was the gen that was 99, wasn't it? Oh, he went over there? Alright. Cool. Then I'm gonna go get the Healy. 67 inches? Oh, cool. Hello, love. Jordan, think of it 20 stream streak, seriously. Damn weather. That's really funny. Alright. You wanna do that? Yeah, you do that. Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it. Shikeable. That's so funny. Oh, happy weekend. Really? Oh, that's awesome. And it's a good number, too. I said 2 inches, take it or leave it. I die laughing. Hey, you know what? It's not about the size, it's about how you use it. Spades is running this man, and I'm so grateful. Oh, I'm leaving. Sorry, I got nervous. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna run away from the gen. 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 I'm gonna go do middle gen, maybe? Oh, thanks, Mystic! Chaotic Aura made it for me. I'll shout her out in a second. The pumpkin! Yo, another 67? What? 6'7". Also, pumpkin! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. No, did it. Cool cam. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, that's right, Poe. That's alright. What's up, lobster? Lobster. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Mystic. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Womp womp. Wait, was that 2? Did we get 2 6'7" inches and then 2 2 inches? Nope. Goodbye. Oh shit. That's alright. I got stuck. That's right. If we can keep pressuring these 2 gens, we'll be so good. Would you have don't the chips as well? I don't know if I would don't them. Oh, Mystic Simba, Mystic Cafe, yes, Mystic Cafe. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss you. Oh, hello, love. Oh, nice, but I got the heal. Perfect. Nice. Huge Omega Brain heal. Cool. Okay, you're going on that gen. I'll go to this gen. Awesome, boy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. We're gonna get this, gamers. I know Spades cleansed like every totem, so we don't even have to worry about Noed if he has it, because he might have that that perk where where he's like invisible or not invisible. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Oh, Jen gets done, Jen gets done. Perfect. Where's the door? Where's the door? Where's the door? Nice. Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if he has Noed because we're both injured. Oh no, because all the totems would be done, right? If Spades gets hooked, we could make a play here. Oh no! Oh, actually, since you typed it out, can I have a mod? Shout out Catagora. Por favor. She's the one who made my PNG, or not PNG. Jasper, go away. She's the one who made the art that you're looking at right now. BJA. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Just in case I need to, I am gonna do this. Whoa. Oh. Yeah. Because I'm hoping that I can do conviction. Stay for a second. Oh, thank you. You're so hot. God, I love you. God, I love you so much. God, see? That's why we... Spades, yes! That's why we make plays, baby. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's why I had... Oh, GG's. Yo, he's so... The person just left. Oh, they were doing their adept. See, I knew it. I knew they were gonna have that that perk where they were gonna be undetectable. Yo, man, I know. I'm so sorry, homies. Oh man, thank you so much. Okay, so that was my first time taking a stake out of somebody. I did not know it was that fast. I thought I was gonna get downed right there. Oh, that was such a goated game. I didn't know it was so fast. I thought it was going to be like a couple seconds, and maybe I could have gotten that off of you. Square, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Max, mwah. BJ8, mwah. Square, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. That was super fun. I feel bad he didn't get his adept, but trying for a killer adept in the banquet playlist is indeed a challenge I don't feel like I would want to try. No, we did so well. We did so well. We spread out our gens. Well, no, honestly, that was a really good game. I'm not gonna lie. I would not do Killer Adept in this playlist. I do have to play an ad now, no ad in game, but by the time we load into a game, the ad should be done. Also, whoever shouted out Kiatakora, thank you so much. Yeah, this is a very survivor-sided game right now. It's very survivor-sided, it's a very survivor-sided event. But it's still fun, right? You could still do some silly goofy goober shit, but man, doing a Jason Adept, that's rough. Oh, really, Max? What did you make? I think we all did very well, especially since we're not in comms. I was really nervous he was gonna have no ed though, so I was really glad that because what Spades so no I don't remember who, someone found the totem. I think it was Spades because someone was on the floor when I think you found it. And that one's great because that one is super good to get rid of for the end game. Yeah, that was you. Yeah, it was super glad that you found that totem because that one sucks to deal with in end game. Yeah, Japan. Thanks for clipping that. Counterforce, yes. Period. Hey, you know what, Shinobi, get your rest. You deserve it. I'm not ready enough because I want the ad to finish playing. The ad should be done soon. Also, everyone say hi, Jasper. Jasper's here. Jasper was laying on my lap while we were playing Dungeons and Dragons earlier, and I went upstairs to go eat, and I looked down at my pant leg, and I just had this like outline, like a body chalk outline of where my cat was laying on my lap because he's so fucking furry. Are you jumping up here? Are you jumping up here? Oh, okay, no, okay, I'm gonna go fuck myself. You forgot to run what? Spoiler alert. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. The ad? We already got the ad. No problem. No problem. Alice. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Happy weekend. creamy pasta. Oh, no, you're so good. You're so good. What if we all just DC right now? What would you guys do? You guys can't stop me. You can't stop me from DCing right now. I'm joking. I would never. I would, actually. Oh, there he is. Elliot. Oh, thank you, Chaotic Aura made it for me. I'm gonna open the box and come. Oh, sorry. My plate. Oh, 39 inches. Woof. You know what, Spades? I'm feeling a hex build. I don't know why I'm feeling it though. Never 69. We had 2 67 inches today. 2. 52. Damn. Yeah, we had 2 67 inches, and then we had 2 2 inches. Ooh, Dying Light? Okay. 67% bratty? I'm about to get small? Whoa. If that's small, I don't want to know big. A Haxbull? Zembro. Killers should tunnel and slug every single game if this is what they're going against. I support it. I support every tunnel and slug. Oh shit. Someone else is gonna have to go for the unhook, unfortunately. What the fuck? Does he have... Oh, I was like, does that have coup? How did that hit? What? Oh my god, that there would be a hex totem right there. I called that shit. I called that shit! I knew it. Wait, there we go. I knew it. I can't believe that hit. What do you think this is? Oh, shit. Oh, man. Alright, I'm gonna distract him. Spades might have to go get the pulls. Oh, no, what happened? I don't know what the fuck happened. Oh, Devour? Oh, well, we'll find out. Damn, I'm sorry, King Hell. If I had avoided those, if I had avoided his power, they probably could have gotten a full reset, but oh! They might still get a full reset. Holy shit! Oh, but the box is about to come out. Damn. See, this is why I fucking hate Elliot. I hate him so much. I hate him! I hate Elliot! If that was Devour, I would be so happy. Oh, we're just hanging out. Just chilling. What is that? Oh. Oh, we still have to get the box. I get the box. Go do something. Or you go. Oh, you go get the box then. You're healed. You go get the box. Nice, 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 nice. It was Devour! You had it. You, oh my god. Who called it? Zemrod? Somebody banned Zemrod. Somebody banned Zemrod for being right. Oh, shh. I don't know what to do. I think we're just dead. I think we're just dead. You can't ban me. I'm a fan favorite in like 2 small channels. Oh, man. Oh, did you have conviction? Whoa, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh, you did have conviction. Okay, perfect. Moab? Okay. Oh, wait, why are we healing? There's Devour. Idiot. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm not a smart man. I'm sorry. Nice! Let's go! I did that on purpose. So, oh, now King House off the floor. Okay, so we have to find Ruin, or not Ruin, Devour. We have to find Devour. We have to find Devour. Devour. All right. What does this do? What was this? Oh, the Unbreakable Palaces, right? Damn. All right. Oh, Elliot.
You opened it.
Elliot. Alright, so that the one totem was there. Aha! I don't think I can finish this before the animation goes through. No, but I could protect myself and Kodiak. That was very rough. This game sucked booty cheeks. I knew it was gonna suck as soon as we loaded in and we found out it was an Elliot. English! Mwah, think of the forehead, Kissy. No! You're joking. Wait, where did you... Oh, shite. Where did you die? I didn't even know where you died. I'm not gonna lie. I know... Top right. You're so cute when you think that I know that. I'm guessing here. I don't think it's here. But I personally haven't checked this area. Right side of Maine. So that side? Okay. To right of Maine, alright. Well. Oh, and this tile? Really? I'm cleansing it! I'm cleansing it! I'm doing it! Oh, no way! I'm cleansing it, and then I'm gonna use hatch. Or go to hatch. Is this worth it? Is this worth it? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, we're good. GG's. So, okay, so it was Devour, Undying, and Plaything. Damn. Yeah. See, that's why... That's why this build, Counterforce, so strong. I can't believe the hatch spotted. Okay, guys, be honest. Would you have unfollowed me if I had died cleansing that totem? Would you have unfollowed me? I would have. Alright. New peeps! Wait. Hold on. Yeah, that was 2 games. Cheese on the hatch. Yeah, sorry for second hook stages for like 3 of us. Sorry, guys. Oh no, Alice, sending you a big hug. Love and hugs to you. Love and hugs to you. You do what's best for you. You take care of yourself, homie. Hold on, I'm scrolling up in case I missed anything. English, I do a kissy. Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. I would have followed again. Would you? I would have. I would have unfollowed me. If anyone wants to join, click on my Steam profile and join game. And if you're on Steam, if you're on console, just send me a friend request. And if you're already friended with me, just join or just send me a request off my friends list. Oh, Raven, you had mentioned that he's very sexy. He also has some other cosmetics too. These are the only ones I bought. I really like this one. I can remember this one. This is his default. Oh, the next game is Dredge? Okay. So you... Okay, Zemro. 10-minute timeout if it's a Dredge. 10-minute timeout if it's a Dredge. Because you were right about Devour. Oh. This jacket is so fire. Also, if no one wants to join, we can have the same homies that were just in join back. What am I reading? I don't know how to read. What's up, Glugazoo? Glugazoo. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Well, if no one else wants to join for open lobbies, then whoever was just playing can join back in. If you want, no pressure. I can do some solo queue, no problem. No problem. I'm just here to not have depression. Ah, that's my spades. That's my gamer. Soup? What kind of soup are we eating? All I'm saying is that if I've escaped the first 2 games of the day, it's not gonna bode well for the rest of the games for me. Chicken noodle? Ugh, chicken noodle's a classic. I love that for you. Oh, and yeah, and you're sick, so yeah, you have to have the chicken noodle. It's a staple. Putting bangs on for me? All month? That's so funny. That's the most I've escaped all month, too. But it all goes downhill from here. Honestly, I'll take it. I will take a hatch escape. I had some great chicken noodle homemade that the person I dog sat for. No way! That's so cool. That's so sweet of them. Yum, yum, yum. Homemade. What build do I have? Oh, no. Try that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ooh, I should have checked. I have a cake gun, right? Yeah, because I think I had like 20-something cakes. We should be good. I don't want to run out of cakes. I don't want to go into this game without any cakes on. You know what I'm saying? It was so good. Oh my god. I love... Guys, what kind of soups do you guys like? What's everyone's favorite soup? I have a lot of soups I like. I love... What is it called? It's like, oh, New England clam chowder. Like, I love that. I love an Italian wedding soup. Steak and potato. Canary, can I tell you a secret? Mwah, think of the forehead kiss you. I hate potatoes in my soup. I'm actually like a big potato hater. Yikes. You guys didn't notice that I got jump scared, right? Promise. Promise you didn't notice. An unknown? No way. No way! And she DC'd. What a little baby back bitch. Oh, man. Yes! King Hell. Cheesy broccoli potato soup. Yes. Yes. And more. Yes. God, yes. What, jump scare? See, this is why you're my favorite. Oh, I said unknown, by the way. And that's clearly a Henry. I don't know. I heard the squishy, and I thought it was a thing. I know, Canary. My family is Irish, so I fear I would get disowned. I have a lot of Irish in me. But I can't stand, like, I don't know. I think it's the texture, and I don't like the way a lot of potatoes are cooked. And so yeah. Like, I know a lot of people like the, forgive me if I get it wrong. It's like they're called like Fiesta potatoes or something from Taco Bell. A lot of people love those. I think they're fucking disgusting because the texture creeps me out. I don't know. I do like French fries though. I'm just gonna assume that our random is not gonna get the unhook. I fucking love potatoes. More for you. More for you. I'm sure the bot won't care if I do this, right? Oh. I think that was okie dokie. What's up, Haku? Haku. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. Yeah, chicken noodle's so good. That broccoli. Oh, did she just leave? I could have swore I was mid-heal. Oh, sorry, I was reading chat. I would really like to heal you, though, because I need conviction. I pulled me out of lurk for the topic broccoli cheddar. Yes! See, I have a Panera gift card, and I need to try that. Egg drop soup. Oh my god, I can't do that. Good lobster bisque. It was so gas. You could temporarily kill the maniac himself, and that would be a top. It's a pity that you can't temporarily kill the maniac. Like, you can't kill the killer? What? The gnocchi soup. Yeah, slay. Oh my god, you guys are making me hungry, and I literally just ate. A bread bowl. Olive Garden gnocchi soup. Yum, yum, yum. In my tum. My cheese fries with you? Okay, yeah, I'm alright with that. You know what I need to try is poutine. That's what I need. A good, simple, clear... Oh, what's happening here? What's happening here? I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. I know it's a lot. The hair, the bod. When you're staring at a demigod. Oh, I thought those were breakable pallets! Oh, I'm gonna go KMS. So I haven't thrown a single pallet during these modes because I thought they were all breakable pallets. I did not know that they still acted as pallets. So I'm so fucking stupid, guys. What the hell? I literally thought those were all breakable pallets. Because it even says in the top like left here under my PNG, it says breakable pallets. I didn't know they actually worked as pallets. Oh, really, Salve? What was the real Italian cuisine that you tried? Birria tacos? Yeah. Yum. What's up, Adri? Also, Nutmeg. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Tomato soup is okay if I do be eating a grilled cheese. Miso, I don't know if I've had... I don't know. So, egg drop soup makes me sad because I've told the story recently. And by recently, I mean like within this year. And I was with my ex and in our apartment, and we had just gotten food, and no one make fun of me. This is so sad. You guys can laugh. It's all right. And we had just gotten our food. I don't know if it was sushi or Chinese or something. I don't know. And we got egg drop soup with it, and he had already pissed me off, and this is like before I was diagnosed as autism. And so, like, I'm already, like, struggling as it is because we're out in public and I was, like, struggling and, you know, I was with my ex and, you know, the abusive one, so, one of the abusive ones. And I'm in the kitchen and I don't know what happens. I drop the egg drop soup. And I was, yeah. And, and of course it opened everywhere and it made a mess in my, like, tiny-ass kitchen. So, egg drop soup, not only does it taste like ass, in my humble opinion, but I'm also sad because I dropped it that one time. So, anytime someone mentions egg drop soup, I die a little on the inside. I don't like it. I don't like it either. I would try it again now that it's been a few years since I've had that traumatic experience. I say traumatic experience with quotation marks, by the way, because it wasn't really traumatic, but, like, I guess it was enough for me. But, I don't know. I remember it not being great. I didn't taste how I expected. Yeah! Yeah. Is that it's not high enough? It'll congeal? Oh, really? Oh, okay. You're not convincing me to give it the old college try again. I'm not gonna lie. This is further convincing me that I don't want to try it again. I love miso soup. Miso soup, I'll eat it if it's free and add it to the order, which sometimes some of my, like, local sushi restaurants will add it to my order, like for DoorDash or whatever. I'll eat it if it's free. Otherwise, I wouldn't go out of the way to get it. Man, you're making... So, okay, I lied. I actually do want to try egg drop soup again. I lied. I do want to try it again. But, I guess thank you for the warning about the congealingness. I want miso soup now, yeah? It's better if you make it yourself. The egg drop soup or the miso? Probably both, right? I'm gonna get a honey bun now. I'm right here. I'm joking. Was one of the things my grandma and my grandpa, I can read, and I would have together when I went to take care of him. Oh! Well, I like that you have good memories with it. I do not. Wonton, what is that? Egg drop? Okay. Oop, hello, love. No way. Oh, that did hit me. Never mind. Oh, shit. Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks for the heals, guys. That was awesome. Oh, God. Why is Henry so good at this video game? Oh, I almost had it, because I'm pretty sure that gives me, like, a little endurance, don't I? Salve. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I don't know what wonton is. What is that one? I don't think I've even never heard of that one. Is wontons poached in a rich broth? What's pretend like I'm 5 and I'm an idiot. Okay, Leon's Moans. I read your kissy, and I know I was like mid-sentence when I read your kissy. Did I give you a kissy, Leon's Moans? I don't remember if I physically did. Mwah, mwah. In case I didn't, because I don't think I did. Yikes. Worst streamer ever. Doesn't kiss their mods. Is that what that is? A type of Chinese something with a thin wrapper, typically filled with minced. Oh, is it? Wonton. Okay. Look at these snakes. I love the snakes. I think snakes are so cool. So I like the snake decorations in this event. I think they're very, very cool. King Hal, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Kyle, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna read that in uno momento, por favor. My grandpa was not a texter, so when I was at work, if something was wrong, I told him to call me and leave a voicemail, and I'd call back when I could. One day he called me like 4 times straight, and I panicked and answered just to remind me to get egg drop soup for lunch one day. That's super important! Bravo, Penguin! But yeah, that would stress me the fuck out, too. That's really funny. My wife loves moon pies. Ew. Oh my god. So you guys were there. You guys were there when I had my very first moon pie. Yo, those are fudging disgusting. And I high-key, low-key judge people. Oh, that actually probably wasn't a good idea. I didn't realize we weren't in the underworld or whatever it's called yet. Why do I feel like I'm running so slow? Like, I feel like I'm running at, like, a snake's pace. Get it? Snake's pace? What's a moon pie? Fucking disgusting. Does that help you? Hi, Shabby! Shabby, we're doing open lobbies. Do you want to play? You don't have to. But it is expected. Let me in! No way. That hits still? I disagree. Wow! No! No! Where's the bot? Is this the bot? It is the bot. Here, let me get the bot. Bot, take a hit. Wait, hold on. Damn it! I wanted to see if I could make the bot take a hit. Get out of the snow, Henry! She'll eat some microwaved. Oh, they were so gross. I don't think I would even give it a shot for microwave. I really wouldn't. I'm so, oh, I still have like the rest of the pack of them in my pantry. Girl, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm gonna just throw away the rest of the box. It's like, who am I gonna give that to? Shabby, did I do a kissy? Mwah. I told him in future, call my mom and have her text me. Okay. For lunch. Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Chloe, thank you for the 7th stream streak. She thinks they're gross. Chloe, mwah, thank you for the 4 kissy. Adri, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Making a piñata. Okay. Okay. What did you describe them as? A wagon wheel? Soft sandwich cookies with marshmallows filled, dipped in chocolate. Kind of mid, but a classic. Man, you get the chocolate ones? I think so. They're still in my pantry. Yeah, that poison is like, you're fucked. I don't like marshmallows. I like marshmallows like about 3 times a year. Yeah, gotta catch me in a mood. I do have like Peeps that I keep in my pantry because I find Peeps only taste better the more stale that they get. So I have Peeps from like 2 years ago that I'm waiting to get like fucking stale because they're in my opinion they just get better with staleness. Yeah. We had key lime pie. Yuck. I love key lime pie though. Like just like pie. If Michaela hadn't been a crybaby quitter, we could have had that. Did you see her build too? It was a lot of the bot doing nothing but crouching and cleansing totems. Yeah, and doing the event thing, which I'm not gonna cry about. you know, because it's the event. Of course, you're gonna do the event stuff. But yeah, the Michaela bot. I think there's too much to go on in that specific game with Henry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't write it up. I'm sorry. I forgot we're waiting for Shabby. I think there's too much in that game for the bot to like niche down and figure out like what to do. Yeah. Oh no! I don't know if I could do a full key lime pie. And like, I'm somebody who could do like a full pizza. Catch me on a good day, right? I don't know if I could do a full key lime pie. You were so funny. Me, key lime pie, alone in a dark room. Oh my god, have you seen the? Okay, I'm sure you have, Bravo Penguin, because you're. Okay, hold on. Bravo Penguin. Have you seen those TikToks where people? And this is just doesn't let me join. Hold on. Have you seen those TikToks where? And this is a question for everybody too. Where they're filming a video for TikTok and they're filming it like a horror movie. So it has like the video itself is not horror adjacent or anything like that, but they're filming it like a horror movie. Like my mom is applying for a credit card and they're filming it like a horror movie. I could picture Bravo Penguin eating a full key lime pie by myself, but filming it like a horror movie. Because I could picture that could be horror adjacent. I know that I can't do a whole chocolate cream pie. I love pecan pie. And once again, I'm a tank when it comes to food. I think it's the sugar I can't. Also, Salve, are you joining us? I once ate an entire chocolate cake. Oh, I've never had Cheesecake Factory. I really want to try it though. Hi, Chloe. Oh, yeah, do your thing. Go potty, Kodiak. Actually, I kind of have to go potty now. Yes! Honestly, Bravo Penguin, that would be so funny. Alright, now that we're all here, I'm gonna run an ad really quickly, and then we'll get in the game. My ex-roommate got it DoorDash and left for work. No! Oh, I got day drunk and ate it. We have had one shot today. So far. We've had, a moonshine. Oh no! Actually, Bravo Penguin, since I have you, I never did a shot for you in war. I do have to pee. Oh my god, watch this be against a hag or some sort of jump scare killer. I'm gonna pee myself. For sure. Bravo Penguin, pick a shot for me, because I didn't do a shot for you or war yesterday, because we were ending stream. Yeah, I fear that it's gonna be like a jump scare killer. If it's a hag, I'm gonna cry, because, I might pee right now. I'm 10 shots and 3 gummies in. Are you okay? Nothing but cakes. Oh my god. So for Boss's Day one year, at one of my stores, one of my girls gave me my very first nothing bundt cake. For Boss's Day. That was so sweet. It's like one of the only gifts. She was the only person that ever like got me a gift for Boss's Day. It was so sweet. I got a nothing bundt cake and it was so yummy. I haven't had one since, but it was a very wonderful experience. Also, hi Diamior. You're thriving. But Bravo Penguin. Pink Whitney, Kraken, Fruit Loops Vodka, Malort, Tequila Rapasado, Tequila Blanco, or Moonshine. I miss nothing but so good. I've only had one. I don't remember what kind of cake it was, because this was like almost 10 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago. But I remember it being delicious. Also, I finally could be bothered getting on DVDs. My BBs. No way! Congrats on the P100 Sadako. That's dope. What? So, okay, someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never actually been to one of these myself, but Nothing Bundt Cake is the name of the chain, right? That sells cakes? Oh my god. Hello. Hello, this is Otz. Oh my god, look, we're all right here! Alright. Let me shove this pasta up your asserella. Oh, Jake. Up your cooter? Oh, I hate those sounds. So moist. If I had a nickel for every time I've been moist today. I didn't work out today, and I was sweating my dick off. Holy. Hello. Oh, it's a Legion. I'm screwed. I've had Crumble once at TwitchCon. No. No. No! Okay, I'm gonna name something. Someone's gonna have to correct me. Alright. Midnight cookies? Midnight... Insomnia! Oh, thank you, Pixels Brain. You're welcome, Pixels Brain. So I had insomnia cookies at TwitchCon. 2 years ago? Holy. Now that was a religious experience. I was so fucking drunk. Oh my god. So me and Life of Sky. Life of Sky was here yesterday, who had the cat Poppy that he just adopted. Or cat distribution system. Me and Life of Sky were so fucking drunk. Like, we were so fucking drunk. And we got insomnia cookies. I remember I thought I lost my debit card, and I don't even remember how I found it, but I did not end up losing my debit card. Fun fact. But oh my god, I don't really remember much of that day at TwitchCon. That was the okay. For anyone who goes to TwitchCon with me this year, anyone who I see at TwitchCon this year, who I'm gonna go to the block party because I'm obviously. Can someone make sure that I don't drink myself sick this year, Rootsy? Please, if you go. When you go, because you're going. But if you go to the block party, and if I go to the block party, can you make sure that I don't drink myself sick? Because last year I got sick. I was throwing up. Oh, sorry, I was reading the mod chat. Oh my god. Okay, I saw that. Okay, thank you. No, I think I was that bad. But okay, but I still remembered who I was. But yeah, either way, insomnia cookies. And I was like shit fucking drunk. It was amazing. Oh, it was amazing. But I have had crumble cookies once, because there's one like right by my house. And it was really good. I wouldn't say it was worth the price, because that price was egregious. Don't ask me how much insomnia cookies was, because I don't know, I was too drunk to even notice. But crumble cookies was really fudging expensive. But, yeah, crumble was really expensive. I don't know if it was worth it. But insomnia was really good. Who we carrying home this time? God, I hope it's me. Hi, Dankos. Okay, Dankos has something he wants to show me. Dankos, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, yeah! Dankos, I've been ready for this. Would I give to be drunk at home with a box of insomnia cookies? Yes! And vanilla ice. I can't remember what kind of cookies I had. I know we're sharing all of our cookies with, like, the group. Mira and I got insomnia twice. I didn't get insomnia once! Oh my god. So no. This is so cute. Wait, we don't have a pinned message. Oh, the Spades' pinned message went away, so I'm gonna do this one. That makes that... You were right. That was absolutely worth the wait. No, wait! On your alt. Oh my god. P99, level 45. Easy. That is so funny. Oh, guys, I have to pee so badly. Can you stop making me laugh? Then who the fuck is carrying you with me? Oh man, I don't know. Sloth bag. Toad's not worth the wait. No, that's a really good emote. I like that. I like it a lot. I'm so glad that the rest of my team has been paying attention to this video game, because I have not been paying attention to this video game so far tonight. I want to unhook you. And then I want to rub your... Oh, hold on. And then I want to rub your bum. Puppers! Hi, Daddy. Only mostly sober ones? Does Stanley drink? Oh, Rootsy, I cannot wait for TwitchCon. So, okay, what is the percentage likeliness of you guys going to TwitchCon? I need to know now, because I need to know how much of my hopes I should get up. Oh, okay, yeah. Nia times 2, 98% slay. Cookie dough! Mwah! Think of the forehead, kids. We're going. Okay, do you have, like, your staying accommodation set up yet? Because on God, I'm very much considering. On walking. I'm very much considering, like, maxing a credit card and getting a hotel room. Because, I don't know, like, the Airbnb that we stayed in at 2 years ago was great, because it was right off of the street, whatever street it is, where all, like, the bars are and the parties are at. And so, it was great walking home drunk. The Airbnb that we stayed at last year was fine. Like, the Airbnb itself was fine, but it was, like, a mile away. And that is sucked. With some people, nothing set in stone yet? Okay. Okay. That's good to know. That's very good to know. Interesting. Kiki, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Kiki, what were you doing? What were you up to? Yeah, actually, can you, please? I still have to, basement. I still have to, where is the Legion, by the way? Is someone being chased? I still have to message Bravo Penguin back, because I'm such a good friend. Smile. Welcome in, raiders! We are doing, what are we doing? Ah! We're doing Dead by Daylight open lobbies today. By the way, that is my cat screaming at me, if you can hear him. Yes! Oh, and Repo, too? Oh, cool. Oh, is there a Jen in here? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jasper, can you stop being a brat for, like, 10 minutes? I'm doing all right, Kiki. Super duper tired today, so I didn't feel like being on camera today. But besides that, stream has been awesome. My day's been pretty good. I slept a lot. I worked out for my 3rd day in a row. Be proud of me, everybody. Claps for me. Thank you, thank you. I'm taking a bow. Yeah, besides that, my day's been okay. I hope your repo was so fun. Hope your DBD was awesome. Were you doing the event? Thanks, guys! Like, I'm not doing anything too crazy. I'm just on my treadmill for an hour. And I'm just, like, you know, just doing it to the point where, like, you know, I'm feeling a good sweat. But today, I was dripping. Yesterday, I did an incline for the very first time on my treadmill. Yo, that was crazy. Oh, Kyle, thank you. You're so hot for that. Oh, Shabby died. Everyone say goodnight, sweet prince. D&D answer me? Oh, for your 15 million? I don't know. What choices are there? Where are the... Oh, the doors. Okay. I'm gonna go back here. Oh, Space hasn't gone down yet either. Oh. Where is he? Alright, I'm gonna go to this door. I have conviction up too. Oh, that door's ready. Cool. Okay. Awesome. I'm still gonna commit to this one. Spades hasn't been hooked yet, so we have plenty of time to work something out. Because I can find salve, heal salve. Perfect. Oh, I did not mean to do that, actually. Okay, now we have a little bit less time, because I'm stupid. Oh, come here, lovely. Oh, love. Salve? Hello? Okay, well, okay, so it's just me against the world. That's right, Spades. I got you. We do it again? Yes. Perfect. I think I still have time. Yeah. Oh my god! Spades! Yes! Spades! No way! Conviction stays on during sex, guys. Holy. Oh my god. GG's. Shabby, would you believe that this is the second time that we've done that today? Would you believe that that's the second time? Oh my god. No, oh my god, Kiki, do not apologize. Please get your post-stream self-care. Also, Kiki, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Oh, slay. Alright, I'm gonna take a shot. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna do pee, then take a shot? I don't know. What? I'll be right back. Because I do really have to go pee. Oh, you're playing the event. Okay, perfect. All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to do a shot of pee-pee. Okay, I'm going to go pee, then I'll take a shot. All right. I will pee, and I beg.
Yeah. Boys talk about how much I hate
He's giving me no verse. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get hatch. He goes into his power, and then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost, and then I get the save. Or he's gonna- oh my god, she let go! Alright, now I get hatch. On God, I get hatch. On God, right? Oh! I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight, but I'm not saying I don't know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. This hatch win brought to you by Gunner Optics. Thanks for waiting. Alright, let me do my shot of rum. Oh! Bravo Penguin, if you're here, question for you. If you're not here, that's okay. Both of you want shots of rum? I'm still drinking out of my Canadian glass that while waving got for me. Here and yes. I love alcohol. Alright, we're gonna do one shot now and then one shot later. Oh, let me check, make sure I have pies. Cool, 16. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, conviction stays on during sex. I've been trying to, I don't know what's wrong with my Twitch app. I might have to like uninstall it and reinstall it or something, but I can't post stories anymore. Like, it just doesn't work for me. And it's very, very frustrating. Because I've been trying to post stories, especially yesterday because I ended stream so much earlier than normal. I've been trying to post stories, and every time I try to post a clip, it won't even play the clip for me. It's very frustrating. And, because you know how I feel about tech when it doesn't work. And, yeah, I don't know. Pisses me off. Alright, shot now, okay, alright. Shot of rum. There's totally not a cat hair in there. Oh, that was a long cat hair. That was almost in my mouth. Alright, cheers. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I love alcohol. Hi, Mira! Mira, thank you for the fire kissy. Ugh. Ah. Yummy! I got altruism build this game. Ooh, what do you got? Well, actually, I'll just press tab and I'll find out. Wait, was that? Was, Mine and Raven's song just playing? Oh. Okay, can we get something else besides this bitch-ass pasta? Like, is that okay? Can we get something else besides this bitch-ass pasta? Like, give me the hand or something. Shite. Hi, guys. Kiki, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, what'd you get for dinner? For you? Jeffrey! Girl, Jeffrey! Mwah. Thank you for your forehead kiss, you. Jeffrey! Sorry, that's a vocal sim of mine, by the way. I don't get to say it very often. Take them, not me! Nice. Nice. It worked. Exodus! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. I love it. Oh, a dinner plate. For moi. Ramen! With some extra stuff thrown in. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Toxic waste. Wait, what? Oh, is that a hex totem? Donde está our hex totem? Ooh. Wait, Shabby, what happened to you? Shabby, no! Shabby, yes. Oh, really? Full hex spell. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about the totems though, because you have counterforce. I won't worry about it. I'm gonna untap or tap this and I'm gonna go get you. Hex Hannah. Mwah. Think of the 4 kissy. Oh, there's ruin, by the way, guys. In case you guys didn't notice, there's the ruin. Yeah, so my bad. Duncan! Good evening. Good evening. I didn't know you got grabbed out the hex. That's so funny. I would want to get a heal on there just so I can get my conviction. But I'm so, like, como se dice? I want to do this gen. Hex in main? Okay. Duncan! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. So remind me to take a shot after this, because then I'll be caught up on the shots for the subbies. Oh, I just burped. Sorry. Mac and cheese. God. So you just love watching, like, Vittorio run towards you, don't you? Yes. Yes, I do. Alright. You got that, baby? Oh, you got that, baby. I'm gonna do this table, because I already have one on this table, so might as well. I think Spades was on a gen that was over here, no? Oh, no, okay. Nope, that was the totem. Alright. Oh! Nice, nice. Now, is it Ruin that just got done? It is! Wunderbar, right? Yeah, cool. Perfect. Spades going on a juicy chase. Holy shit. Holy moly. Jeez. Oh. Jason's just too skinny. You just get bagged. Salve, reminder, please do not bag the killers. We are, sportsmen, deserved. We are, remember there are 3 rules in open lobbies. Be nice to me, be nice to the teammates, and be nice to the killer. Please do not need the CT bag. That's your first warning. Because, in open lobbies, you represent not just yourselves, but you also represent me, and that is not a positive representation for me. Penty! Okay, well, we know where that is then, because I saw that totem. Are you gonna come over here? No, he's over there. Okay. Well, I'm gonna stay on this gen then. I am so on this. Oh, yeah, the Penty! This is good. This is great. I love Penty with counterforce. This is fantastic. I'm so glad you have counterforce on. Do I stick to the gen? No, we have time. They just got hooked. Alright. Relax, Pixel. Relax. Do the gen, Pixel. Relax. We got time. Oh, is Spades getting tunneled, though? Is that the thing? Would you like me to rub your bum? Oh, sorry, couldn't move? Oh, okay. That's right, he didn't see you anyway. Nope, run, run, no, not that way! Okay, for the record, I tried a body block. For the record, you were determined to get that hit. I want it to be known that I tried so hard to take that hit for you. That was so funny. Cassidy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Let's see, did he Penty this one? Not yet, okay. Oh. I can't sabo that, unfortunately. God, imagine if I had a flashlight, though. Oh, thank you, Cassidy! Our good friend Katic Ura made that for me. It's so cute. I'm obsessed with it. Sorry, I'm gonna wait until he spawns. Because it's no sense to pull you right now. Alright, well, he's gonna come here anyway, right? Should I could heal? No. Heal? Should I heal? I can heal. No, no heal, no heal, no heal, no heal! Okay, you got your endurance hit. Okay. No, he's going for you, Shabby. He's going for you, Shabby! I know there's a delay. Damn. Alright, let me see if I can find Arella. Now, I'm not one to brag, but today I defeated the chess club champion less than 5 moves. My karate lessons. Shut up! Not the karate lessons. What's up, Leave? Leave happy weekend! Oh, I forgot Arella's on, counterforce duty. Alright, let me rub your bum. If you want. I don't have to. If you want, I mean, I can. No problem. Lucky! I got scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I panicked. Sorry. Gay panic. This game is rough. Okay, so what I've noticed is that on this map in particular, I don't know what it is, but and it's just with, not Legion, I'm so sorry. It's just with Jason's. When I play against Jason's on this map in particular, I'm cheeks. Booty cheeks, as it were. There's just something with, like, this map that I can't do it. You know what I mean? Can I sabo anything? Where are you gonna go, I wonder? Where is he gonna go? Well, I just realized. Oh, he's gonna go right there, isn't he? Yep. Yep. Oh, shit. Ah, yeah. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I haven't been hooked yet! Alright. You are gonna hook right here. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. What's up, David? I don't know what to do. Oh, it could be trying. Okay. So that was awkward. I don't know why. I just thought he, like, was gonna leave us. So, I'm glad I was able to farm you. I'm so sorry. I thought he was gonna leave us. I just don't want to leave any scratch marks. Because I'm about to go down. But the thing is, because I did pick Arella up, I do get conviction. You're joining the Navy? No way! What are you joining? Is it a family thing? Or are you going to be, like, first in your family in the military? Hello, lovely. Do you mind if I heal you again? Do you mind? Oh, okay, actually. Okay, hold on. Don't let me heal you. It's a trick. What? I respectfully disagree. A 40-minute long match against a Freddy? Was it in the event, too? I suppose it makes sense if it's in the event, right? Because these event ones are so long. Yeah, sorry. No. Yeah, good call, Space. Good call. We have 3 gens done, though, right? This is a rough build. Thrill of the Hunt, Pentimento, and Hex Ruin. This is my first hook, so I have plenty of time to hang out here. Damn, he knew where y'all were right away. Holy shite. Da, 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 da. Yeah, the event ones are the event matches take a long time, right? Oh, do I have to wait for like the death to go through before I get taken a step? Go shower, Stinky! Oh, did you really, Kai? The first in your family. Hey, you know what? Good for you. Better for me. Look at that. Oh, no. No way he dropped you. Pee-pee poo-poo pants. No way! Lumpy, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if you've answered this before. Is this your first time for Baldur's Gate? Whoa! Okay. I'm so sorry. I was reading chat. On God, I was reading chat. I did not see him. See, this is why I went to go pee. Because if I had not peed yet, I would have pissed myself. When do you go? Are you just like straight up joining the Navy, or are you gonna do basic training first? Trying to get the last gen done? Yeah. Yeah, well I guess I'll just leave now. I can't take my attempts anymore. Hey, no congratulations on the 4% off hook, by the way. I think that was really cool. Hey, GG's. Hey, GG's. Oh no, just GG's, sorry. Oh my God, they're gonna think I'm toxic. Holy shit. Oh, you gotta do basic training. When do you leave for basic? Did you already do like MEPs and everything? Most of the oh, I just read that. Also, Salve, can you hear me? I just want to make sure. Salve, I just want to make sure if you can hear me right now. Lumpy. You hear yet? Did you hear my warning? Lumpy, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Oh, I have to do my other shot. I know sometimes people like mute the streams when they're playing the game, which is totally fine. I just want to make sure you heard me. I can't get that song out of my head. We're actually gonna listen to it right now. Was that what we're listening to? It was. Alright, this is mine and my Raven song. Alright, we're pouring our last shot. Running out. Running out. David! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright. No, thank you, Salve. Alright. Okay. Hi! Oh, Salve, so if you, yeah, thank you. So I have 3 rules when it comes to open lobbies. Please do not, be rude to the killers. Please not be rude to the teammates, and please not be rude to me. Just be nice to me, be nice to the killers, be nice to the teammates. That includes, but is not limited to, like, teabagging killers needlessly. Like, if the killer's, like, humping you, oh yeah, Kodiak, get your booty in here. If, like, the killer's, like, humping you and being toxic and, like, saying, like, shit to you, like, of course, yeah, like, you know, if they're gonna dish it, you give it back, but, teabagging the killers needlessly is, not a good representation of me as a streamer, creator, community, so that was, I just want to let you know. Zombie! Think of the forehead kisses! Zombie, are you done streaming for the day, or are you still streaming? You know what, I have a very easy way to figure that out. Everyone go follow the homie Zombie! Oh, you are! Alright, everyone go follow him right now. Kodiak, we're friends, right? Are we friends? No, okay. Get your booty in here, Kodiak. Oh shit, an ad's about to start. Ad now, no ad in game. Now I'm gonna do my shot. Shot. My last shot. Med check! Guys, do your meds. But don't wash them down with, don't wash them down with liquor. Oh, you're on Steam. Gotcha. Gotcha. But yeah, but salve. It's no big deal or anything. Just wanted to give you a little, heads up. Oh, I love this song. Oh my god. I love alcohol, guys. Woo! Alright, so I know Music Kid's drinking. Anyone else drinking or doing gummies tonight? It's okay if you're not. I think it's great if you're not. I'm just curious if anybody is. I'm taking a not fun shot right now. Oh, a med check. Yeah, are you high right now, Chevy? How high are you? Johnny, think of the forehead kiss you. Ooh, also, Kodiak, if you can hear me, can you actually send me a friend request on Steam? Because I feel like we play often enough that we should be friends. Love this song. Rocky road to Dublin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down the rocky road and all the way to Dublin, Macalalila. Danny, think of the forehead kissy. Was that 3 shots in today? Might need link again? I got you. Do we keep the same? Do I put a flashlight on? I might, right? I think I'm just bothered because that one time that Jason in that game looked right at me when he was about to hook Shabby. And I'm like, oh, I could have got that. Let's do a banquet. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm doing it. Oh, actually, if you have one, I actually might hide it and 6 seconds swap. What are we thinking? 6 seconds swap, I'm thinking. I'm gonna be toxic like that. I know, toxic. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it! All the way to Dublin, Hakalalila. View profile. Oh, that's Shabby. I want you. Oh, my bad. There we go. I feeks. I rode to Dublin. I had fun. Good! I'm glad. The Jason game was rough, wasn't it? That's right. It's all about fun. That's what matters. I had fun too. Oh shit! I forgot we're at a 16-second swap. What, 6 second? Oh, 6 second swap, not 16. Woo! I've noticed that, so I don't have, oh, did you guys want to see the Twitch shirt for him? So the Twitch shirt for him is kind of, oh, Raven, this is for you, by the way. Woof. Am I right or am I right? I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. Yummy. You give me inspiration. Wait, really? What have you been playing, Sporebound? Or what have you been doing? Because it's not just gaming. There's other stuff. The gun show. I had the best as Jason. Wait, did you really? What map? What map were you on? Alright, are you guys ready? 6 second toxic swap. Sporebound. Oh, I asked you, what have you been streaming? Yeah, toxic 6 second switch. Yeah. What's up, Low-King Ninja? Low-King Ninja, happy weekend. Eerie of Crows. Love that map. I love both of it. It's Eerie of Crows and what's the other one called? Does anyone remember? It's Eerie of Crows and something else. What's the other one called? I don't remember. I like that map too. And I like Eerie of Crows better. But mainly DVD. Cool. Yeah, that's what I am, Sporebound. We love variety. What other stuff do you like to do? Temple of something. Oh, I can't remember. But I like both maps. I just prefer Eerie better. I kept turning invisible. Okay. Dango's. Oh my god. Okay, I was literally about to bitch about it, Dango's. Oh my god. But me bitching about it just fixed it for me. So all night. This is like our, what, 6th or 7th game? 6, 7. And we have only had pasta every single game tonight. Only pasta. Which is fine, but like cheese and rice. Like, give me a hand here. Get it? Get it? Get it? Oh! Who's here? Who is it? I'm scared. Oh, I see who it is. Mina. And so this is our first game that's not pasta. Thank God. Howdy, y'all! What's up, Capricorn? Capricorn, happy weekend. Oh, she has Undying Spades, which I'm sure you already know. Because I think you were just over here. Holds out hand. Take my strong hand. Capricorn, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Are you there, God? It's me, Yoda. Where's that from? I only know the TikTok about it. Take my strong hand. Look how sexy Spades is. Spades has been a one-shot for like 10 years. Let me rub your bum. Oh, Ruin. So it's Ruin Undying, by the way. Oi, Jamoy. Oh, it's the Shrek musical? Shut up. It's me, Fiona. That makes sense, right? Oh yeah, Take My Strong Hand is from Scary Movie. But oh my god, speaking of Scary Movie, no, Capricorn, you were right, but about the wrong thing. Yeah. Because I did say both things. I've never seen Shrek the musical, but I've seen clips of it on TikTok. What was I going to say? Oh, please don't run here. Why? Oh, okay. I'll forgive you. This one time. Oh my god. I'm so skinny. I'm so skinny. Woo! She's skinny. She's skinny. Stop it. Hey! Oh. What the fudge? What was that sound? Oh, you got ruined too, period. Oh no, I'm screwed. Alright, well. Oh, not bad though. Not bad. Oh! Mina, show me your booty. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. That's what I like to see. Very good girl. Hey. Oh, wait, come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. There are only 2 musicals I haven't seen the last couple of years. I didn't care to see against such a musical. You know what, low-key, Nini? I'm not gonna lie. Those are 2 musicals that I wouldn't care to see either. I think I've seen all of the important things on TikTok from those musicals, and then I think that's like all I really need to see, right? And that's all she wrote. Oh, okay. I'll sing out here. God, Aurella's so hot in that outfit. Rub me bum. Good submissive Arella. Oh my god. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's Arella's ass. Ooh. 2 more pieces of feet. And we got a party. Any more feet around here? Oh, I should have used my feet earlier. I keep forgetting to use them because we only had the pasta for like the last 10 games. Nice. So what was it? Ruin, and what was our mystery mouse tool? Oh, Undying. Idiot. Sorry. I'm so smart and tall and talented and handsome. Oh my god. Can I bitch for a second? And I know a lot of people are going to be like, ugh, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So my area, my Chicagoland, thank you. See, this is my enabler, thank you. My Chicagoland area has had pretty good weather. Like, our weather's been really nice. Has it been a monsoon season? Yes. Next question. But it's been, like, even though it's been humid, it's been, like, the weather's been pretty decent. Like, the hottest it's been getting is, like, today, like, 78 degrees, right? Which isn't bad. I haven't turned my AC on in, like, 2 weeks. I did it once for, like, 1 day, because I was, like, it was, like, really fudging humid and really hot and really humid. So I turned it on, then. But, that sucks. I don't think it would have gotten done if I stayed on, but that sucks. I'm sorry. I am going to take this just in case I need the speed boost to get to you. Yeah, okay. See, that was my worry. I was hoping she would go to the gen, but it's actually okay that she didn't go to the gen. Alright. Speed boost. And get that. Get that. I don't know if that was okay if I did. Okay. Oh, shit. I go down now. Damn. Oh, I got so lucky there. Holy shite. That was really ballsy. Not smart ballsy. Just dumb ballsy. Damn. Thank you for taking that hit, though, Kodiak. Holy shite. That was so brave of you. Hi, it's me, Fiona. Yeah, so now, okay, now comes the bitching. Also, hi, Dagna. Whoa! Now comes the bitching. Now for, like, the next, like, 2 weeks or, like, the next foreseeable future, it's all, like, the coolest is gonna be is, like, 94 degrees. 94 is gonna be the coolest it's gonna be. And that's just the base temperature, not, like, what it feels like. It's gonna feel even worse. So I'm not super duper excited about that. I know, the cool ass Jason badge. Oh, leader. Okay, I see you. Oh, hello, love. Bye. Oh, wrong button. Woo! Hey, chill. Oh, you got that thing. That does that thing. Oh, you did that thing. Stop it. Why did, oh, okay. I was about to say, why did overcome not work? And I realized I didn't get injured yet, so that's why. Oh, there it is. There's overcome. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I was not paying attention. I'm so sorry. That was my bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. All right, how many 360 no-scopes is she gonna do? 360 no-scope by White Ladder Stall. Oh my god, I love her so much. You gotta stop. You're stressing me out. Oh, that's all right. Space has me. No, Space got it. No, never mind. She went the other way. Just kidding. All right, I'm not gonna lie. The shots are starting to work, guys. You moved from Ohio to Virginia 10 years ago, and the temperature differential in summer has been noticeable for sure. Yeah, probably more humid, I assume, right? Also, swell nerd. Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh, hello, love. And I do have conviction now, too. But man, this Mina's crazy good. Stressing me out. It's me, Fiona. I need to listen to something else. Humid and hot. Yeah. See, when I was going to go to officer school for Air Force, they were going to send me to Arkansas. I think it was Arkansas. And I was like, no, I'm good. I'm so good. Because when I was in the Air Force ROTC, I was like, no, I'm so good. And then I quit and I was going to join the Marines instead. Didn't think I could miss the Midwest. Oh, really? Yeah, but not Ohio, right? Just the Midwest, not Ohio. Midwest, but like excluding Ohio. I'm joking. I'm joking for anyone living in Ohio. Marines. Super fun. Yeah, I didn't join because I got medically disqualified because they saw my scars and they're like, oh, because the suicide rate for soldiers is like so high. They saw my scars at MEPS and they're like, you can't join the Marines. And I was like, fuck you. I was really sad. That actually for about like, because I tried to join in like, what year was it? 2014? No, 2013 or 2014. So it's been like 12 years. It took me like 10 years for me to get over it. I was pretty upset about it. It's one thing to make the decision yourself that you're not going to join like something, but to have someone tell you that you can't do it, be like you're like disqualified from joining sucks. Like I really wish it was like my choice, you know, where Arkansas isn't too bad. That's where I grew up. Yeah. This place I guess was known for being like super humid and muddy. Like muggy was what people like described it as. I didn't know you grew up there. That's really cool. Oh. Hello. Ohio has the most astronauts. No way! Because we all... Oh. Okay, bye. Because we all... That is so funny. Oh my god, because we all want to get as far away as possible. That's very funny. Wait, so what happened here? Oh. Oh. Oh no! That means Shabby gets up now. Shabby's up now. Fuck yeah, dude. Yes, yes. Grew up near the U of A. Best part of the state, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, because it's a college town. Yeah. College towns are usually. Keyword usually. Yeah. The diversity. Yeah. College towns are usually the better parts of states if you're in like a shite state like that. Yeah. That's really funny, Dagna. Dunspar! Sign me up. Oh my god, Kodiak and me are on two different gens. Holy shit. Holy shit, we're on 2 different gens. Imagine not looking towards me. That's crazy. That's egregious. I'm so sorry, Chevy. There was a gay bar that did drag nights, and once I was old enough, my friends and I went all the time. Ugh. I love that for you. 27, the only time I was in Ohio was for Cedar Point. I've only been to Ohio once, and it was for Cedar Point. Same. Same. Wait, Kodiak, don't die. I'm gonna try to do a flashlight save. Oh, okay. Never mind. Actually, hold on. I can't sabble this. I forgot I don't have a sabble thing anymore. Oh, what the hell? Whoa, okay, body block? Hello? What happened to body blocking? Hello? Oh, that's not the door that's open. That's not the door that's open. That's not the door that's open. Shit. Yeah, okay. So, no one told me how to play this video game. Oh, I did my math wrong. And I just screwed Shabby. No. Okay. So that's awkward. I have conviction. Oh, you have that too. Damn it. I was blind, so I couldn't see. I was blind, so I couldn't see where she was, so I couldn't get up for conviction. That sucks. That's all right. I don't think me taking a hit would have saved him anyway, because I think he still would have had too much wiggle. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. We still got conviction value from that, but I feel so bad. Because I think I killed Shabby there. Shabby, you are allowed... Oh, caps, my bad. Shabby, I allow you 1 sandbag. Mina! Oh, you... okay. I see. Silent Shadow. That's what you had. That was a tough game. She was really fudging good. Not a loss. Nah, I still feel bad because I feel like I killed you. Mwah, thank you for the 4 No, I think that was destined to happen. You get one sandbag for Pixel. Guys, my shots are starting to kick in. Oh, I almost read that chat out loud. But you will never know. You'll never know when it's gonna come. I like that. What's up, Mr. Ware? Mr. Ware still is the VIP, by the way. Mr. Ware? I'm starting to, like, sweat from these shots a little bit. What's up, Mav? Mav, happy weekend. Y'all have spots later? Yeah, after this game, we're swapping out. Not that Dangos would ever join me, though, because Dangos hates me. joking. Fuck it, weekends. Got lunch. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Are you Jake? Is that Jake from State Farm? The last one unpinned. I gotta do it. I gotta do it to him. Yeah, it's shaded. Why are you so obsessed with me? That's fine. Well, well, well. Dodge? Oh, did someone leave? You hate this event? Fear, are you playing as Survivor or are you playing Killer? Why are you so obsessed with me? Got my. Oh, really? To hate a Survivor, it's impossible to hate a Survivor. Okay, so what word were you trying to say instead of hate? Were you trying to say play? Because I'm not disrespecting you or your opinion, because your opinion is super valid. But this game, or this thing is very it's very Survivor sided. Think of the 35 stream streak. What? Thank you so much. Also, Otaku. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Yeah. Oh, okay. You're saying it's easy mode as Survivor. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I agree. Why are we saying retro? Oh, okay. I got scared. The poison is the poison is super annoying to go against, but it's the one thing the killers have. Oh! Oh, I wanted Crotus! Damn it. Stupid video game. Who are we gonna go against? Oh, okay. You know what? Oh, you know what? That would have been fun to go against. Damn. Alright, well, now that happened, now I have to play an ad, unfortunately, because now I definitely won't have time in between games. Damn. Sorry, guys. Well, now I have to play an ad. Sorry. That did not count, by the way, as far as games goes. Alright, add now, no end game. Add now, no end game. There we go. The poison's not good at all. It takes skill to actually get them poisoned. Yeah, that's what Space says. If you're good at it, it gives you eventually a free hit after like 6 seconds. Yeah, that's what we were saying. It's like this game mode is very very Survivor sided. Tis very Survivor sided. I've been looking for you. Yeah, he's so obsessed with you. No, don't. That's all right, Fear. I didn't make the video game. I'm not offended. Why are you so obsessed with me? I don't mind this event, and I complain about everything. Alright. Josh, checking Twitter. I know. toxic streamer checks Twitter during stream. Just have to eat something, they just disappear. No, it's so annoying, isn't it? Why is so... Man, all these earworms. But yeah, it's pretty rough on Killer, and I haven't even played Killer. I just know. I would... Oh, yes! I was literally about to say, I would love to get the hand sometime tonight. Fuck yeah. Fear, if it's any consolation, I'm gonna try to piss off as many killers as I can, just for you. I'm gonna, I'm so excited for this and the whole cakes thing. Yeah. I hate people that slug. Yeah. It's not great, but I mean, it's a strategy. Slugging and tunneling, albeit are annoying, it is a strategy. A legitimate strategy. I've had a lot of feats tonight. I just had my first feat last game, and this is my first hand. I've been having the pasta all night. We might place enough plates to get you up. That's true! And that's happened twice tonight, where someone who's been on the floor has gotten up because of the plates. Isn't that so funny? Yeah. Yeah, bravo, right? Yuck! That is gonna be a new verbal sim for me. Yuck! Global free heal is egregious. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, but you know what? It is what it is. I don't think I'll be playing Killer much this event. Oh my sweet golly jeeper golly gee whiz. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, basically Evo? What did I do? What did I do? Hi. Bye. What if? Oh shit! Okay. Nowhere to hide, by the way. What's up, Chaotic? Happy weekend! What were you up to today? Were you doing some DBD? Bush tech? Yeah, against nowhere to hide, yeah, that'll do it. Hello, basically Evo, welcome in. What's up, DJ Willie Show? Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. We're doing some DVD open lobbies. I may or may not have had 3 shots today. Ew. I know. Oh my god, 3 of us are about to be in Hook. Oh, wait, 2 of us are about to be in Hook. Ah, I see. That's alright. Love your laugh. Oh, thank you. Survivor and Killer. I have Yunjin at... So close! Okay, so like your next time you play DBD, you're definitely getting it, is what you're saying. Hell yeah. What number P100 will that be? That's so cool. I'm so happy for you. Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome. Okay, watch me go down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance, let's make it up. You will remember, I'll be the one, you will forget. I keep forgetting that I have this stupid ass Marcel. Number 3, shut the front door. That's so exciting. Wow, I love that for you. Who are the other 2 that you have? Let's run. Let's boogie. What did I do? Okay, I was about to say, I'm gonna go invisible if you do it. I'm gonna go invisible. Unless oh, there's only 1 here. Yeah, I'm gonna save this, actually. Because I might need to go invisible in a second. Oh, don't do it. Woo-wee! Shut my mouth, slap my grandma. Bye-bye. Fungmin and Cheryl. Hell yeah. No way! Oh, I love that for you. A forehead kiss, basically. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss there. That's very cool. Very cool, Chaotic. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. If you guys are new here, hello. I normally am a flesh tuber, as the cool kids like to say. But I'm very, oh, holy heels, Batman. Oh, see, that's so stupid. I love it. But I'm very, very tired today. I know. My life is so hard. And, I just wanted to do the thing without the pressure of being on camera. But we do a lot of DBD. We are a DBD creator. Oh my god, I just realized I don't have my DBD creator on. Oh my god, fake DBD creator fan. Oh my god, look at her go. You're just slapping that Jen silly, aren't you? You said fuck that Jen. Oh wait, if she sees me, that's definitely nowhere to hide. Yippee! Meow. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Flesh tuber like a potato skin? What? Also, Caddick Knox. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, I didn't know you could poison generators! That's what she was doing. Okay. Go Soups. Thank you so much for lurking, Turkey. You're so sweet. Also, Chaotic, please make sure that you go get all of your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bath and breaks, nummies, and bebies. Go eco, peeko, poo, go stretch, go drink. Seriously, please go take care of yourself. Hex. Low-key Ninya. Thank you for the forehead kisses. I stream a lot of variety. I play like whatever I really like feel like playing. And I like to go towards the Twitch drops. So whatever games have like drops on is what I gravitate towards. Here, get on this, Jen. Yeah. Good boy. Good boy. Alright, so how mad would you guys be if I had to go pee after this game? I know, I just peed. But I also just did take I just did do 2 shots back to back, so I feel like, oh, hello. Hello, penis. What was his name? Same feeling? You get me. How dare I biologically go piss, girl? I do have to go pee. It's the shots, I swear. I take shots for, like, to celebrate when we get, like, the gifted subbies or whatever. Not that it's, like, a thing that I do Twitch or anything like that, but I take shots for the subby wubbies. And, I didn't take we got gifted a bunch of subs last night. And I was about to end stream, so I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna do them right now. Run! Shimmy! Oh. Oh! Oh my god, I just creamed myself. Holy shit. Hi, Sasha Bunny, how are you, sweet angel face? Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh my god. Thank god I don't have to pee anymore. How was work? Oh my god, welcome home, Sasha Bunny. Everyone say hi, Sasha Bunny. I feel like I've had like 3 conversations I've been trying to have with you guys, but... Oh, you're gonna get banned. Alright, what if I just ban my own mod? What would you guys do? What would you guys do if I banned my own mod? Sasha Bunny, for legal reasons, I'm not going to. I love you. I have to pee so bad. I'm chaotic. I just realized I just got healed and I just wasted my heal. I'm so sorry, lovelies. What the fudge? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Phoenix, Mav Made Pretty Vagrant, Shadowed Roxas, and Wesker's Hero Pussy. I would have to get a replacement. Wait, I can whisk away? Oh. Well. Ah, fuck! Oh, man. Wait, can I get another cart? Is there... oh, there is another cart nearby. Good. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my... Oh, I'm dead. I just tried to run, and I realized I couldn't run because I'm dead. Wait! Oh my god. Okay, thank god she didn't pick me up, because I have conviction right now. Father, I have to say, fuck you, Dagna! I'm gonna ban you. I'm just joking. That's way too funny. Of course I'm not going to. That was really funny. Whatever. What? I did not press conviction. How did that happen? Oh, the poor... Oh, I got healed. No way. Worth it. With your dying breath, worth it. That's really funny. Fudge! I don't remember what I was gonna say. Does anyone remember what Pixel was about to say? Oh, okay, Father. I have to say, I think my favorite thing about not doing face cam is that, I just don't, yes, I could put more energy into the stream because, like, I don't, like, give a fuck as much as, like, what I look like or anything. I don't know. There's so much less for me to care about or worry about on, like, my list of things to worry about. And, yeah, I love doing camless streams. It makes me so happy. A lot of happy. Oh, she has nowhere to hide, that's right. That was so scary, guys. Oh. I have to pee so bad. Yeah, see, like, the dream would be being a camless streamer. Like, that would be, like, such a, like, a strong dream. You know what I mean? She didn't see me, right? You don't see shit. You can't kick that Jen for nowhere to hide because that Jen's already injured. And by injured, I mean regressing. Alright, I'm just gonna get you up then. Do you mind if I just get you up? Do you mind? Run away! Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. I like PNG because I don't have to worry about people seeing my face. Yeah, it's a lot. I love garlic. Me too. Same Z's. Also, Slasher Bunny, I have two very important questions for you. The first being pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. And my second question for you is Fruit Loops Vodka, Kraken Rum, Malort, Pink Whitney, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Apple Pie Moonshine. Orange? Fuck yeah. So we only have 2 oranges this month, and we only have 2 dark blues this month, so that makes me very happy. Orange, you glad I didn't say banana again? Oh, I had a banana for breakfast today. Rum, easy. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Yo, she said fuck that Jen in particular. I want to put this here because it means there's only one hand that we need to put there in order to get people healed. Ooh, Shabby just went down. If she slugs, that'd be great because then I can get another hand right here. And then I could get Shabby up from heal right now. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Shabby, don't get picked up. 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 Don't get picked up. Because I think I could heal him right now. Right now, right now, right now, right now. Yes! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Run! Run! Kodiak, run! Kodiak, run! Yes! I am a hero. Beep, 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 beep. Or dare no music. Oh, like in the game? There's no music playing, like, there's no, like, Spotify music. Well, now there is. But there's no music in the game because I turned music off, but do you guys not hear game audio? I have the game audio really low. Do you guys want it higher? I turned the game audio up higher. Is that better? Let me know. Alright, she's gotta... Nice. She's gonna be almost at her limit, right? For how many times you can injure the Jen. I've been making some pina coladas. Oh, I love pina colada. I love pina colada. Better? Perfect. Thanks, guys. Oh, I don't turn music on during the games. I know some people have music on during the games. I'm just too ADHD to have that. But yeah, sorry. Enjoy your lurky turkey. I'm so glad you're home from work, though. I hope you had a good day. And if you didn't, let me know who I need to bully. I'll take my shot of rum. We had a 3rd shot of rum today. Oh, no. That's right. Also, thank you very much for clipping that. Run, Kodiak, run. Kodiak, run. I have to pee again. Oh, my God. No, Hex, I appreciate that. I'd rather be safe than sorry, right? Right? Hey. Ah! Ah! Run away! Enjoy your subby! Map, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Okay. I guess I'm gonna do this door. I'm Death Hook and injured. Kodiak's Death Hook and injured. I do have, ooh, do I have conviction? I don't remember. Break the seal. I know, I already did though. I did, I paid like an hour ago. Oh, really? Maybe I'm just like the weird ADHD part. Okay, I don't know where my friends are. Do I open this door? I feel like I should open it because like 99% of us are Death Hook. I'm gonna try to take a hit because she do be slogan. Where? Oh, I'm oblivious! That's why I can't see anybody because I'm stupid. I'm oblivious. All right, it should be gone now. Okay, there they are. Okay, they're up. They're over there. Okay. I was wondering why I couldn't see anybody. Alright, that door's open. I don't know where the other... Oh, okay. Wait, where's the other door? Should I heal you? Let me heal you. Yeah, perfect. No. Yeah, no. No. Trust me. Trust me. Trust. Run! She let me heal you, Shabby, huh? She let me heal you. Oh, nice. She's got to either face towards Arella or face towards me. That's all right. That's all right. We slug a little bit. Oh, my conviction won't work, but that's all right. No way. All right. Bye. Have a beautiful time. Nice. There we go. That was me slapping my dick against my thighs, by the way. GG's. So strong, nurse. No, GG's. Huh? Sounded smart. Tag that you are so funny. I can't. I'm gonna piss myself. I have to go pee. I will be right back. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's a Western. Yeah. Boys talk about how much I hate this map. John, thank you for giving us that already. Y'all are so
He's giving me no burst. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get Hatch. He goes into his power, and then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost, and then I get the save. Alright, I lied. That was gonna. Oh my god, she let go! Alright. Hi, Irish Queen. That was super stressful. That nurse was so good. Also, AJR, how are you today? I'm doing very well. How are you doing, AJR? I recently got 2 G Fuel flavors. Oh, the Pogo! The Devil Hunter. Okay, Devil Hunter was lime something, isn't it? That one's so good. And then Candy Beam. Which one was the Candy Beam? Is that one the strawberry? That's not the strawberry banana, is it? Which one's Candy Beam? Oh, AJR, do you love them? Have you tried them both yet? That clip was timed perfectly, by the way. Oh, I cannot wait to watch it. Was that 2 games or was that 1 game? I don't remember. Someone tell me. I have to do Slasher Bunny's pussy, and then I have to take the shot for them. Devil Hunter Strawberry Limeade. Oh, the Strawberry Limeade AJR is so good. And then Candy Beam is Jawbreaker. I haven't had that one. I have to request that one. But the Strawberry Limeade is so good. I don't remember. Alright. Well, we'll do one more. We'll do one more this game, and then we'll get new peeps. We'll get more peeps and poops for the next one. Alright, what's my... Alright, I just gotta make sure I don't run out of tarty-warties. One more. This team is on fire. This team is on fire. This team is... Hi, Jasper. On fire. Ooh. On fire, on fire. Oh, you know what? I should make that my pinned comment. Okay. Happy Pride. Oh, actually, let me do this. Happy Pride. Code kitten is boosted to 50% off this weekend only at Space Panda. There you go. Alright, pretend like I didn't... Oh, I'm gonna redo it. I know. We have to get... Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Oh my god. And, like, you would think after however many years I've worked with them that they would know how to spell my name. Like, okay, I'm not, like, hating. I'm not, like, shading on them, or I'm not hating on them. But, Rootsy knows, because Rootsy... I've messaged Rootsy a lot about this. About how, like, it's so easy to tell if it's the account that you want to tag, because... It literally tells you, like, oh, this is, like, it gives you, like, a little I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. But it is annoying because for, like, the 2 or 3 years I've been working with Space Panda, you would think that they would learn my Twitter handle. Because it is not the first, it is not the second, it is not the third, it's not the fourth, it is not the fifth. It might be the 6th or 7th time that they have misused my Twitter handle. It's like... Come on, like, I don't know. It's getting a little frustrating, but it's fine. It's fine. What is this? That's literally me right now too. That's literally me. All right, let me make this pussycat for Slasher Bunny. What are we gonna make for Slasher Bunny? Not a sleepy. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna experiment. I'm gonna try to see if I can make an EV. But, you know, an Eevee face, like a cute little, like, doggy face, but, you know, oh, this is actually looking, hello? It's actually looking a little cursed, because I forgot these permanent markers bleed. So it just kind of looks a little cursed. No, it's fine. Okay, so it kind of looks a little, like, Mickey Mouse cartoony. A little bit. That's alright though. It's something different. It's definitely different. Man, these permanent markers bleed so much on these damn post-its.
Lizard.
She's happy to see ya. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Really? Degnut, they send me a new bottle like every month, and I do be trying to get through. Oh, you are here! I do be trying to get through all my gummies. But the thing is, I only take half at a time because the 5 milligrams is, like, works for me. I've done 10 milligrams recently, and I'm just like, I literally just sat on my couch, just like almost crying because I'm just like, I'm so high right now. Someone help me! And I'm just like sitting alone in my couch. But yeah, so we're back to 5 milligrams. Also, I'm pouring a shot right now. Sorry. Should I take a 20? Girl. Also, girl. Thank you so much for shouting out the homies. Slasher Bunny. Slasher Bunny, I didn't ask. Are you going to be streaming tonight? I know you just got off work. I kept taking them 10 milligrams at a time. Yeah, I can't do the 10 milligrams. I can't do it. Also, I hear... Is it a Billy? I think it's a Billy. Got you so high it gave you what you were probably using it to avoid. Nanya, yes. Yes, it wasn't my favorite night. I do love RPD. I do. It wasn't so bad, but it definitely was, like, not great. I'm just doing this until, Corrupt goes away. Grumblebee Tuna. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss here. A bit tired? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Since I go at work at 10 a.m. Yeah. Okay, so do you have a, what do the people in the business call it? A clopen? A close and then open? Oh, wait, these are feet! Wait, how long have they been feet? I thought they were pasta. Girl, how long does 60 seconds last for? And it's been hit or miss with it really works depending on when I last ate, which is why it's been so. Oh, I see. Yeah. So, okay, would you guys believe me if I told you that I have a Space Panda gummy bottle in, like, almost every room in my house? because I have ADHD and I have, what is it called? Object permanence. And so it just depends on how, I see. Wait, can I put this down there at 4 seconds left? Or when they're gone? I can. Cool. Okay, well, I haven't done anything for the past minute and a half. Do you guys mind? Is it okay? Yeah, I do have, a thing. What do people call it? Gummies. In every room in my house. Because, you know, object permanence, you know? Every room. I really do, because they keep sending me free shit. I was like, okay. Guys, what would you do if I took a shot right now? What would you do? You can't stop me. This is for Slasher Bunny. This is rum? Oh, my third shot of rum tonight. Yikes! Yeah. Another? We're up to 4 shots for the night, though. Holy moly. Holy moly, we're at 4 shots for the night. I'd run away. This is not the greatest map for a Billy, but it could be really good for a Billy, you know? Depends on the Billy. I'll go outside and do this, this one. Chug the bottle? No. See, the vodka one, okay, so say, like, there was, like, a... Sorry, I was looking at my liquor bottles. Say there was, like, an egregious amount of, like, subs or something. I would chug the rest of my vodka bottle because that's, like, maybe, like, 2.5 shots or maybe 3 shots left. So I would do it if there was, like, an egregious... But the Kraken is a 1.75 liter. Whoa! That's what you were saying. I understand now. I understand what you were putting down. A liquor. Liquor, I barely knew her. Oh, poison. The poison. Poison for Cusco. The poison made specifically for Cusco. Cusco's poison. But yeah. My vodka bottle, pretty low. Kraken is a 1.75. And it is, still pretty full. Maybe like 25% of the bottle left, which I think is still pretty good. Zoom! Zoom, zoom, zoom. I love Bond so much. Bond stays on during sex. Who said that? Look at the snake, guys! The snake is so cool! Look at the snake. I love it. I love the snake theme this year. It's so cool. What's this guy? Cutie pie? No, yo. No, yo. Really, Spore? I love the hand. The hand, I think, is arguably the best because of the invisibility. I think, what is it officially? Hand, foot, then pasta? Leader, kindred, vigil, and prove thyself. Holy shit. Holy stack, Batman. Alright. Cookie dough. I was gonna ask dog or cat, but I think it's just a cat that's here. Or, I'm sorry, just a dog that's here. So, oh, no! Actually, the cat is right behind me. Dog or cat? More than anything today, I had, like, I think, like, our first, like, 4 or 5 games sort of the pasta. Which is fine, because it gives you the endurance hit, which is kind of crazy. Cat, I got you. But, I really wanted, like, I don't know, anything. Anything else, and we finally got a foot. Oh, this is a rough map for Billy, isn't it? I'm gonna go prep this table down here. I lied. I forgot. Alright, I'm gonna go do this. Because... Yo! Wait, what package, Victoria? Oh, shit! Did someone ask me something about the Ice 9 Kills merch? And did I black out? And did I ignore you? Because I'm, like, the rudest streamer ever? I swear to God, someone asked me if I did the Ice 9 Kills merch. The answer is yes. I did buy Ice 9 Kills merch. No, wait, what did you get, Victoria? Like, did you get, like, the little plushie thing? Oh, run. Kodiak, run. Kodiak, run. Because I have conviction, so I can wait here a mo. You know what I mean? Jade! Thank you for the forehead kiss. I want to do a meme, but I don't want to use all my points. Destiny, what are you thinking of doing? What are you thinking? I have conviction, so I'm good. I plan on soul guarding in front of his face. Hold him. Hold him in front of God and everybody. Oh, everybody point and laugh at Shabby. Everyone point and laugh at Shabby. Oh, how cool would that have been, though? Oh, no. No. Damn it. Oh, damn. Oh! Jade, were you working on your artists, your drawings? You still working on your kitty cats? Only one, Shabby. I'm about to fall over from convict. Why did I fall so far away? Wait, why am I so far? Wait, what's it called? I saw that that Coral something game that Gay Cop and other people were talking about in chat was on sale for the Steam summer sale. Planet Zoo, shut up. I think Spades. I know you're in game, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think Spades has played that before. I think. I've seen YouTube videos of people playing that. But, I think Coral Island, I think is what it's called. I saw that was on sale for the Steam summer sale. I didn't get it, though, because I think it was like 20-something bucks. Was it? I don't know. I blacked out. Yeah, Coral Island, yeah. I love Planet Zoo. There's a second one? Was it gonna have zombies in there? He just got robbed by a banister? Oh, no. Really, you too, Kyle? I've never played Planet Zoo. How much is Planet Zoo right now? Really? No way. Oh, Victoria, dope! So, okay, hold on. So what did you get? Stickers, poster, CD? Cool. And you just got that in today? Period. I need some assistance. But I understand you guys are being chased right now, so no pressure. Should I drop down? I'll drop. I'm coming. The second one comes out in October. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. Like, are you guys gonna catch me? Can I crowd surf on you guys? Thanks, guys. That's so funny. Cool, thanks, guys. That's really funny. Oh, shit. What happened to you? No, wait, Shabby, hold on. Wait, Shabby, hold on. Oh, okay. I haven't been hooked yet, so I don't mind, like, taking chase right here. Right here, right here, right here. Okay, I disagree. You have 28 ping? What's it like fucking the servers? I like your pants, by the way. These are really nice pants. You know what's so funny? I used to own pants like this back in my emo phases. Wait, Space is hooked, no one talked to me? That was Shabby. Shabby communicates to me with a flashlight. But you said Planet Zoo is on sale right now? Interesting. I invented pants. Oh, what did they say? No! Shabby! No! Oh, wait. That's Shabby. Kodiak is down there. Okay, Kodiak is taking another hook. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I want a Snickers bar. Oh, do you want a Snickers ice cream bar? Because I have a Snickers ice cream bar in my freezer if you want. So, towards me? Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I got a 6-pack of it, of like the Snickers ice creams. They're so good, but I bought them thinking I would want them, and now I don't want them anymore. So now they're just sitting in my freezer. I don't know what to do with them. Oh, hi, Charlie. Charlie knew that a TREAT was redeemed, but too bad. It's for the cats. Now, why in Jeeper Golly Gee Whiz are you coming back down here, my brother in Christ? Oh, I see. I see. Shabby, would you like me to rub your bum? Or are you being chased right now? Whoa! Hey, Shabby's being chased right now. I'm not saying that I fucked him over, but I'm not saying I didn't fuck him over. That's alright, Shabby, because you're gonna get picked up, and I will save you. Oh, that's actually even better, because you're on Death Hook and I'm not, so. You're welcome, Shabby. No way! Victoria, that's awesome. Good for you. Oh, nice. And Kodiak's there for the save. Yes, yes. Yeah. Oh, he knows. That's alright. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, yeah. Why is he coming over here? Is there a hook over here? Oh, is there a hook over there? No, Shabby, no. Clear the condensation. I would do this, but unfortunately I have to hit skill checks. Can I have a mod? Snooze that ad, por favor? I'm sorry, Shabby. Would you blame me for that? You wouldn't blame me for that, wouldn't you? Thank you, Homestaff, for doing that. Thank you, moderators. Thank you. This is gonna be real fun. I still have conviction though. Oh! I was ready to take that hit. Did you see that? I was ready to die for you. I was ready to die for you! No, because I wasn't even being chased. He just popped out of nowhere to me. Oh, okay. So, okay. So I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm just a little bit Alright, Jasper, shut up. I'll give you a TREAT in a second. Oh my god, stop screaming at me, child. I'll give you something to scream about. Hey, any parents? Any parents? Any previous children know what I'm talking about? Spades, are we gonna do that play again? Are we gonna do our signature play again? Our signature move? I'm opening this, by the way. And I know Spades had touched a door, which means they have to be somewhere over here. Yeah, Jasper's just a little brat. Is Tonks a little brat? Okay, there they are, there they are. This is the play. This is how we do. This is how we do it. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, we're doing this? Ah! Abort! Abort! Now, I have a question. If I eat this dessert, don't I get endurance? Holy, oh, okay, that's elusive. That's not what I was hoping for. I still have, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I still made a play for Spades to get out. I'll take it. I'll take it. It didn't work out 100%, but I still made a play for Spades to escape. What's up, Sleepy Zaria? Welcome in. If only he slugged me. That would have been so good. Oh, GG's. That was really funny. That was so funny. That was so fucking funny. GG's. Bubble Buddy! GG's. Oh, sorry, all caps. GG's Bubble Buddy. Oh, so funny. That was a rough map, man. For him. Alright, let's, we're gonna swap gamers out. Jasper! Would you like a T-word? Oh. Can you come here? Wait, if I do this, will you guys see him? You guys see him if I... Oh, probably won't, no. Oh, ow! That was my whole finger! 3 tiny posters. Oh, really? Oh, Django's! Alright, got you. Ah! Okay. That wasn't so bad. Ah! Okay. The lid. Stop! Okay, Dangos. Do you want to talk about this fit, or do you want me to talk about it? And, would anyone else like to join the lobby? If you were on Steam, just click on that link and request to join the lobby. If you're on console, send me a friend request. I'm gonna play an ad while we wait. Do you guys mind? Oh, no, I'll wait. I'll wait until we get people in the lobby, and then we'll play the ad. Just in case anyone has any questions about how to join. Oh no, she's yawning. Get your globe. How dare you? How dare you? Me? Destiny, get your booty in here. Make that a 7. Really? Of the hands? Damn! Oh wait, Destiny, you're something girl, right? You're something... Oh, Destiny, I don't remember what your username was. It was something girl. I don't remember. Oh wait, your girl next door? There you go. I'm pretty sure that was you. I'm pretty sure that was you. Hey, Kiki! Kiki! Boo! Boo, what are you doing under my desk? What are you doing, Munchkin? Okay, Boo, no. Because remember, you break everything you touch. Yeah, go lay down. You're so cute. Alright, now I'll play Ned. That's enough DVD. Yo, but we had some good games, didn't we? Yo, GG's Kodiak. G fucking G's. Alright. Do you want me to? No. Oh my God, Kiki, do it. Leave it. Leave it on. Do it, lady. No, leave it on. If you guys got Twitch shirts, put them on. I don't give a fuck. Now, okay, I'm not shit talking anybody. This is me just asking a genuine question. Kiki, has anyone made you take TTV off while you're doing open lobbies with them? You don't have to name names, and it's okay if they do, I guess. I'm just curious if that's a thing. I don't have Twitch shirts, that's alright. Then the TTV stays on during sex. Also, Destiny, if you can hear me, don't forget to ready up Angel Face. Let's all make matching Twitch shirts. I'm just curious if that's a thing. No, they haven't, but I like to ask. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm just making sure because, like, it's okay if people do because, you know, their streams, their rules. I'm just curious if that's a rule that people have because that's, like, a crazy rule. But, you know, it's alright. It's their streams, their rules. But, no. You guys are good. It's ready in a minute. I see it. I see it now. Yeah. Thank you. Also, ads are done. Welcome back. Tango says outfit is something. It makes me very happy, though. Really, Kiki? That's just like... I don't know. Again, I'm going to reiterate. Everyone has their own rules for their own streams, but I think it's really... I'm trying to think of a word that's like the least offensive word that I can think of. I think it shows how self-conscious those streamers are if someone does have a rule saying, oh, you can't have TTV on in my open lobbies or something. Like, I'm not saying anyone does have that rule, or I've seen that rule, because I haven't seen that rule. But I have no delusions of how crazy people get with with streaming. I know how crazy people have gotten with streaming, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is a rule for some people. I think that would make that person seem very insecure. Because I'm not gonna lie, I've been streaming for a long time. I have, for a very long time. And not once has it hurt me if I have shouted out and told people, I have literally told people to close my stream and go watch so-and-so other person's stream because I know that they're live and I'm not, and I am. Here, let's see who's live right now that I can talk shit about. Tom! Tom is currently live right now. I want every single person to close my stream and go watch Tom Faulty stream, because Tom is seriously so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome, so funny, and so much better at this video game. You're right? But the thing is, like, I'm still gonna have a good stream. I'm still gonna have a good time while still supporting people, like, in my life. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. People are crazy. I have seen ones that don't, because they don't have mods on in case the other people that are playing with get upset with them. Really? But does he have the laugh? His laugh is wonderful. He's a fantastic streamer and a fantastic human. You will love him. He's also one of my mods, too, so I'm, like, contractually obligated to tell you guys how amazing he is. I'm joking! He really is an amazing human, though. You guys should go follow him. Yeah, human sunshine personified, truly. Yeah, without a doubt, you guys will love him. Thomas Epic. Retweet. Retweet full set. Oh, wait. That gen should be uncovered now. Yippee! I should see if he's playing Survivor and see if he wants to, like, play with us. Wait, where was the gen that I wanted to play? Wait, what? Wait, what? What? We're already? What? What? Him stream games I don't even like because... Yeah, exactly, Loki! Wait, Loki, question for you. What game has he played that you don't like? Just out of curiosity. Jason? Jay Sassino. Do you think I can make it there for a flashlight save? Probably not. I'll try it, though. I'll try. Are we both hovering? Oh, I love that. You stay right there. Oh, really? So, do you not like playing Fortnite? Not like what? Oh my god! What do you mean you just saw me there, just stand out in the middle of nowhere? What do you mean? What do you mean? That's really funny. Damn. So is it a playing thing or a watching thing? Like, do you also, like, hate watching it, too? Like, obviously, like, ignoring the whole because it's Tom thing. Sorry. What? Huh? Ooh. A key. take it. Tom is the reason why I've gotten back into Fortnite. Oh shit. Okay. And he and Ewok and a few other people are the reason why I actually got my first like Epic Games like payout, commission payout because of them. For people using my my Epic code. We should run. Yeah, yeah, come here. Follow me if you want to live. Yeah. Run! Oh, I tried to body block! I tried to body block! I really did! Destiny, you have to believe me, I did try to body block! I did try to body block you. I know, I'm so sorry, Sportbound. It's the, what is it called? The earworms. They've been really strong tonight. What song do I have stuck in your head right now? No, Destiny, you're so good. Get in the chopper! Oh, nurses! Oh, no. I don't want to play it at all. I don't like most streamers of it either. General the Cloud is the new young side. Okay. Fair, valid, absolutely. Very fair and valid points. Yes, agreed. I really did try to body block, though. I did. I tried so hard. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Oh, he didn't kick my gen. Yippee! No, just you, though. I have a song from a TV show that's stuck in my head. I have... I don't know what it is. It's like the... What is it? Echolalia, where I just... Anytime someone sings a song, or if I listen to a song for a little bit, I'll get that song stuck in my head. It's so bad. Oh, bite the bullet. Let's go. Oh, let me look at everyone's builds. Period. Wake up. Now... Dangos, why do you have 1,000,001 ping? Dangos, where do you live? Because I don't think you live, like... You're not European, are you? No way! P85 Varela? I have the DJ Spins from Empire living rent-free right now. Oh, really? I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that one. Hope it's a good song, though. No way! You haven't used the 10 million code? Shut up! Are you gonna use it on Arella? Oh no, Cleo, the condensation. Probably cool. What number P100 is that gonna be for you? Zarina, cool. Oh, Zarina's like the goat. The goat for real. Yeah, tell me. Oh, you got the unhook. No, you didn't get the unhook. Where's the unhook? Am I stupid? Oh, there's the hook. Okay. Like, I literally could not see them. I'm a coming, Dangos. Don't worry. Oh, he's right there. Oh, he's right there. He's, like, waiting. Okay, Dangos, maybe I'll let you unhook yourself. Alright, bye, Dangos. Holy. What the fuck? Why is he just chilling there? Wah! What the? What the hell? Oh wait, Dangos, did you not? Did Dangos not get full to take yourself off? Dangos, I swear to God, if you're able to get yourself off hook and you're just like letting me get you to second stage, even though, okay, am I stupid? I'm so sorry, Dangos. Did you get 99? For your unhook thing, and I just left you get unhook? Is that what just happened? Oh! Magically! Think of the forehead kissy. Ah! Take me! No! Oh, okay. For the record, I did... Oh. For the record, I did try to take that hit. Hey. Oh my god, how funny would that have been if you didn't get me, though? Whoa, hello lag. I know, but like, okay, but tell me his status wasn't fully like loaded though. Like, I'm still confused. Like, Dangos, were you able to get up or not? Like, I'm so confused. Because it looked like it on my end. That's your body? Hello, lovely. Or was it 99? We're back. Oh, God. It was 99. Shut up. I'm so sorry. I literally left because I was like, oh, okay, you're good. You're Gucci. And I thought you were waiting for the last second to get off. I'm so sorry, Dagos. I'm so sorry. You can sandbag me up to, but not limited to, 3 times in these games tonight. Only tonight. I'm so sorry. I will allow 3 sandbags from you. Damn, I feel so bad. Holy shit. It looked almost full, but I was like, I think it was 99. Damn. Just the Shanes against the world. Damn. Hey, can I heal you? I feel so bad. Cause I just watched you just die. Did you really? Lumpy, let's go. W Lumpy. Some sardines? Wait, you're over here. Hold on. I'll find you. You're over here. Ah! Oh, you're getting worried. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Are you over here? I'm so scared. You're in the store? My God, he's gonna find Hatch, guys. No, me too, Kiki. We both got fumbled. No, I blame me because I was like right there. I blame me. Was it Hatch? Was it Hatch? Is it Hatch? Yeah! I don't know why I crouched for some reason. It was Hatch that was right there. Damn. That's alright. Wait, hold on. Destiny had a key. Does the green key open up Hatch anymore? Does anyone know? Does green key open up Hatch? I need someone to tell me yes or no. Does green key open Hatch? Because Destiny had a key. Yes? Thank you. That's all I need to hear. Thank you. What are the odds? What's the over-under of us getting out, chat? Over-under. Destiny, you just saved my ass. Destiny just saved... Destiny! 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 Let's go, Destiny! Thank you! Let's go! GG's. GG's. Let's go. Man. Oh, he had, machine learning too. Machine learning is so good. Did we do any gens, though? Wait, did we do any gens? Let's go. That's my 2nd or 3rd Hatch escape tonight. I'll take it. I'll take it. I also like to remember, I'd also like to remind you guys I've had 4 shots tonight. As I carried it, well, I'm glad you did. Because it worked out for me. Yeah, I don't think we had any gens done, so he didn't even have the machines learning. What flavor popsicle? I'm doing this, not because I'm trying to show off, but because it does help the killer with, what's it called? Like slugging. Bomb Pop Slay. I got these really good, like, ice cream popsicles that were on sale from Amazon Fresh, and they were so good. They were like $3 or less than $3. Maybe it was like $2.50 for like a box of 6, and I got 2 of them, so $5 for 12 popsicles. So good. They're so yummy. Yeah, they're like fruity. I can't remember the brand. I saw them at Costco and they were selling them for like $8. I was like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh, shout out to South Park. If I die, y'all can have it. Thank you. If I die, you guys can have my flashlight. Alright, this is gonna be the second game with this group, and then we'll do another game after this. Or I'm sorry, we'll do a new group after this game. No, Cookie Dough, what snack were you hoping to get? Do you not have any snacks at home? Okay, we all have a different item. We have a toolbox, a med kit, a key, and a flashlight. That's cool. I never see that. Cool beans. It's a pretty nice beamer, too. It's a good beam. Yeah. What prestige am I already? Prestige 3? Damn. Jojo, go away. Some chips and some chocolate, maybe some cheese and crackers. Yum. What's everyone's favorites potato chips? Oh, I actually did have a little bag of potato chips because I had some on sale. I had some cheddar and onion Ruffles. They were so good. It was like a big old box, like a party-sized box of like the chippies, and they were on sale, and they were different Lay's. Tim's, Cascade, jalapeno. Ugh, I hate jalapeno. Flaming Hot Fritos. Man, I am so white. I can't stand spicy stuff. It makes me like, oh, really? Flaming Hot. Oh, I feel like I'm missing out on an entire culture of Flaming Hot stuff. Okay, so I've had ketchup chips because I'm pretty sure it was Raw Raven who sent me some ketchup chips, and they were so good. I love sour cream and onion cheddar Ruffles. Yeah, that's the ones that I had today. Those are the ones I had. And then I also have, I didn't eat them today, but I had some, I had some, sorry, I have sour cream and onion Ruffles as well, but, those are in my box. I didn't eat those yet. My box. Yeah, cheddar and sour cream Ruffles. Those are what I had today. Those are so good. I love them. Oh, don't put them all yet. Don't put them all yet. No, don't put them all yet. Okay, good, okay. I was like, Shabby, don't put them all yet. We gotta save it. Oh, Jasper just dumped up on my desk. I don't think... Okay, can you get in my lap? Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, it was like, let's not. Hot Cool Ranch? Oh, look at you! Thana and Evo, same brain. Hello? Okay, I'm trying to read chat, and there's a cat in my lap. On a scale of 1 to 10, do you mind? On a scale from 1 to 10, do you mind? Okay, he does. Good. Yes! Gummy time! Weird combo, but I know. You know what's a weird combo that I really enjoy is, the orange Doritos. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of them. They're orange Doritos, but you dip them in cream cheese. I know. Sounds gross, but it's really, really good. Also, hi, Thana! Are they? I don't know. I don't really eat Doritos. So I'm not sure if there's like a special name for them. I know the blue bag is called Cool Ranch. I know that. Oh, nacho cheese. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Thank you. Yeah, nacho cheese. Yeah. So the nacho cheese Doritos with if you dip them in cream cheese, it's so good. My old boss taught me that, and it was so good. Yes! Cookie Dough gets me. I'm doing alright, Dana. How are you doing? I've had 4 shots tonight, so it's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, we gotta go, lovely. What if I drop Shack at 5? You guys... Oh! Shit on. I dropped Shack at 5. You guys can't stop me. Flack? Was that Flack? Why did you just go down? Wait, why did Dangos just go down? What happened? Wait, was Dangos in the men's state? Oh no. Okay, so you do have like 1,012,000 ping. Wait, so what happened though? Because he was over by Shaq. What happened to you? Everybody's on the floor. I just realized. Okay, can I get a med kit? What's the over under of me getting a med kit? Oh, let me heal him. That's a key. That's not gonna help me at all. All right, well, let me see if I can get at least somebody up. What is he doing? I'm gonna get one of you guys up. There's no, yeah, damn. And I don't have conviction yet, so, all right. Well, we'll play another game. That was a pretty stupid game. Yeah. We'll do one more game. That game shouldn't count. That was really lame. Yo, Chronic! Chronic, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Welcome, welcome! Chronic Skink, how was your stream? Skinks are so cute. I've never owned one, but they're so cute. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, raiders. We're doing some DVD open lobbies. They are! Do you own any? DVD? Were you doing the event or were you doing just regular games? We've been doing some event all day. We're doing some open lobbies right now. Dangos, is your game like busted? It's okay if it is, I'm just curious. But welcome in, raiders. How's everyone doing? Happy weekend! Foot Fest! Shut up, it's a thing in my community. I want to ask about it, and I will. How was Foot Fest? Tell me more about Foot Fest. Oh, but also, if anybody from Chronic Skink's community needs to raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eco, pico, puka, stretch, go drink. I had to abandon. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Should we try again? It wouldn't let me? That's so weird. Okay. That's alright. We'll try again. We'll try again. Alright. Let's see. Hold on. Who do I know that has grippers? You. You have grippers, right? Oh, wait. Hold on. I have to do blood web for her because I don't have any cakes on her. And convince others to join you, Sable and Talita. Okay. Alright, well here's the build, I guess. I'll just keep it as is. And then what are we doing as far as any grippers? Any grippers. Okay, here we go. Grippies. What? I don't have any grippies for you? Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck. Alright, I guess we're going to Toledo. Wait for me, wait for me! Okay, we got a cake. What build? Okay, we're doing that. And alright, we're doing that. And then that's our build. And then what cosmetic are we doing? Alright! Grippy's out! There it is! Alright. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Grippy's out for Chronic Skink. Perfect. Perfect. Let's see. I gotta get my kitty cat back on. Kitty cat. What's up, Spooky Dragon? Spooky Dragon, happy weekend. Sorry for the ads. Oh my god, L streamer. Hopefully eyes are done soon. I have to pee again. Would you guys believe if I had to pee again? Happy weekend, Spooky Dragon. Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat, cat. Alright, what build do I have? Ooh, I don't think I have conviction on this build, did I? I wasn't looking. I was really looking for the grippers. Not the grippers emote, dangos. Oh, Jasper just left, which is good because he was on my chair, and it was messing with my balance.
Lizard.
Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat, cat. This art is so stunning. I'm very, very happy with this art. For lag check. Oh, we're doing a lizard lag check? That's actually super smart. You're so smart and tall and talented and handsome. Pasta again? You are at 168 ping right now, dangos. Oh, Legion. Oh, poison. What did I do? Oh, okay. Shack is a filler. Dissolution, by the way. And Footfest lasts forever, so everyone's always welcome to join in. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love Shack being a filler. Oh, she has got poison again. Watch out for the poison! Alright, what is my build? Who the fuck put Dead Heart on my build? Oh, no. Perfect. Oh, I'm walking, though. Oh, I'm just walking. Oh! Oh, Destiny, you have to mend! Destiny doesn't know about mend, so Destiny just installed the game, like, today. So Destiny didn't know about the mend. It's alright. It happens, love. It happens. Now you know. Now you know. Oh, I have resilience? Oh, and inner healing? Okay. Alright. Yeah, and even for people who are just coming back to the game too, they don't know about the mend because the mend used to be like gubbins all over the screen, and it's not like that anymore. So it's different. So new players and older players that haven't played in a long time are confused by it. Yeah. Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat, cat. I can't believe I have Dead Hard. I never use Dead Hard, so this is gonna be interesting. I don't know what build this was. But that's right, my grippers are out and that's what matters.
Me high pitch love booze and puberty
Whoa,
purples.
Chippy! Chippy, thank you very much for the 6-month resub. You just hit our weekly sub goal! W Chip, you are my weekly sub goal for the week. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you so much. Enjoy your 90, count 'em, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! I have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh my god, shut up, Heatley. I have a very... So I was thinking about you yesterday. I know, that's weird. I know. And I have... hi, Leo. I gotta rebuild. Oh, someone already did it. Cool. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm glad I could rebuild pallets, I guess. Not that I need it. Oh, plaything? What did you call me? What'd you call me? Exclamation point cam. I gotta say, I made it 3 hours and 15 minutes before someone mentioned the face cam. I have to say. We made it 3 hours and 15 minutes before someone complained about the face cam. So Heatley, I forgot that I was at a grocery store. I was at a Korean grocery store the other day. And by the other day, I mean like the other week. And they were selling like these IP branded IP branded like grocery or not grocery, IP branded energy drinks, and there was this Shrek one, and I bought it, and I like literally said, the next time Healy is in stream, I'm gonna drink this for him. But I'm not on face cam today, so I can't even drink it for you. Which like gonna rub your bum. Oh, are you gonna do a healing like that? Oh yeah, do that, gamer. Yeah, I was going to. Send me a pic of it. I will. I actually will. Yeah, Chip, I didn't feel like being on cam today. I'm just tired. Also, thank you, Wooty. Oh, okay, yeah. You know what? Dangos is doing his thing. Dangos is doing, like, big brain things. Hey, come here. I want her to chase me. Yeah. Chase me. So that they leave Dangos alone, and Dangos gets the heals off. Because Dangos will get everybody healed. Oh, shit. That's right. Dangos is about to get everybody healed anybody. Anyway. But to answer your question, I didn't know it was so serious. Wait, what was serious? The Shrek? The Shrek? Energy drink? Why is there no paella here? Is there a pallet here? There is.
And boffins,
Yeah!
and my dear
Yippee.
tooks and brandy bucks, and grubs, and chubs, and burroses, and hornblowers, and bozes,
Rootsy, I think so,
grey
yeah.
skirdles, good bodies,
Actually, I'm
houses,
confident
and
they are.
proud foots. Also my good Sackville Baggins is that I welcome back at last to Bag End.
Yeah, I
Today
agree.
is my
agree, Rootsy.
111th birthday. I am 11-1 today.
Wow, Kyle, thank you so much for the 100 bits! What the fudge? What the fudgies wudgies? Perfect. Oh, that was so perfect. See, that's why we don't heal.
I hope you are all enjoying yourselves as much as I am. I shall not keep you long. I have called you all together for a purpose. Indeed, for 3 purposes. First of all,
Okay.
to tell you that I am immensely
I'm so
fond
confused.
of you all,
Astro, I'm
and
about
that
to punish you.
11-1 years is too short a time
There's
to live
so
among
many
such
words
excellent
in my
and admirable
brain.
hobbits.
Also,
I
Healy,
don't
I'm gonna
know half
answer
of
your
you half
hug,
as
marry,
well
kiss.
as
I
should
promise.
like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve.
Hello? 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 Astro, I'm gonna punish you. What would you do if I just punished you right now?
Hey Pixel. Hope you're well less than 3.
Oh my god, I got it! They're a boss! Holy shite! What? There's no way. I was about to mend. No way. Dangos, there's no way. Astral, that the power of you, with the power of the hype train, that worked. Okay, so, all right, pretend for a second. Like a moth to a flame. No, I cannot believe that worked, though. Holy. What about my punishment? Ooh-wee! Ewok, thank you for the 58 months. Enjoy your 90. Count 'em. Your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Also, Chronic, please get your lurky turkeys. Thank you so much. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone go give Chronic lots of lovies. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. Holy moly guacamole. I'm so stressed out right now. I'm sorry if I don't answer anyone's message. I promise it's not personal. I just, okay. I'm just really stressed out right now. Astral, thank you for the 2 gifted subbies. Who did you even give them to? Hold on, I'm scrolling. Hex Hannah and Brian Reyes Pro. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. What the hecky wacky. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. You guys are so sweet. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. Choo choo! If we get to a level 5 hype train, I will take a shot of Stream's Choice. No pressure or obligation or expectation, by the way. But I will do it. Whoa!
Pixel.
Okay,
Happy Rizzobi Day.
somebody ban Dirtface.
I'm so proud of you. Keep up the amazing
Somebody ban
work.
him.
Your drive is so inspiring. Less
my
than
God, I'm
3
healed.
will
Oh
have
my
you
God.
up for lurkies less than 3.
Somebody ban him. Are you talking about Malort? Yes, I do. Derpy, thank you so much. Guys, everyone go follow Dirtface. What the fudge? Are you kidding me? Everybody go ban him! Follow him. But everyone go follow Dirtface, because I'm pretty sure, yes, he is live right now, so everyone should go give him lots of love. He does deserve it so much. He deserves so much love. Let's run. Let's roll. Oh my god, rebuilding pallets is so stupid. There's no way. Well, whoa! Wasn't Flintwood or Malort? Or am I dumb? Also, Derpy. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. There's a Raichu in chat. I don't mean to, like, alarm anybody. But there's a Raichu in chat. Hold on. Mid-chase poke catch. Period. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were there. Oh, I'm so sorry, lovely. I'm gonna 99 this. Thank you guys so much for the resubs, the biddies, and the hype train. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Holy. I feel like I haven't done anything this game. Would you guys agree? I feel like I haven't done anything. Oh, be a medkit. Be a medkit! Mechanics toolbox. I have Dead Hard, by the way. What's the over-under of Pixel getting a Dead Hard? What are we thinking? Do you think Pixel will get a Dead Hard? Huzzah! Huzzah! Welcome back, while we've also, thank you guys very much for the level 2 hype train. Wait! Did anybody get Georgie? Because Georgie's a level 2 hype train emote. Did anybody get Georgie March? No? I didn't catch the Raichu. But everyone and their mother did. Guys, I have to pee so bad. This is like the longest game ever. Because not only is it a Legion, but it's a... No way, we're all healed! This game mode is so stupid. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Will Pixel get done? All sides point to... Oh my god. Oh, Magical Pickle. Will Pixel get a dead hard?
The mystical pickle is whispering. No, no.
Alright, fuck you, Mystical Pickle. No one cared for your bitch-ass opinion. Oh, shit. No one cares for your bitch-ass opinion, Mystical Pickle. This game mode is so stupid. We keep getting healed. This is so crazy. Oh, okay, we can't get healed anymore, though, which is awesome. Right? Oh, I just got poisoned. Well. Hello. Oh, this gen didn't get done, right? Yum, yum, yum. Get in this tub. Nice. Nice. And I have resilience. Nice, nice, nice. Oh my god. How long has this game been? It's been a long-ass game. Alright, let me see what Healy said. For the hug, marry, kiss. Oh, sorry. I was reading messages. Since it started raining, my girlfriend has been standing at the window frowning. I might need to let her in soon. Leaf! Oh my god, Leaf, if you're still here, that's so funny. So, we have a hug, marry, kiss with Shrek. Oh no, okay. Girl, I'm trying to read my chat. You weird. Okay. Mama J! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Holy. Alright, so hug, marry, kiss between Shrek, Ronald McDonald, and Mark Zuckerberg. I'm gonna hug Mark Zuckerberg. Wait, no, hold on. Is Mark Zuckerberg rich? I'm gonna marry Mark Zuckerberg and not sign a prenup. So I can get all of his money when I divorce him. And then I'm going to... So I'm gonna marry Mark Zuckerberg so I can get all the money. And then divorce him. My witch cackle? I used to get so offended when people say I have a witch cackle. This is years ago, and now I've embraced it. I love it. I love being called a witch with my witch cackle. I do love it. I hated it at first, but I do love it now. I will hug Ronald McDonald and I'll kiss Shrek because I think Shrek has some very kissable lips. And I know that's really suspicious. Oh my god. Girly pop. Girl, you scared me. Okay. I'm gonna kiss Shrek. Yeah, he's a creator of Facebook, so I think he's rich, right? He has to be rich, right? Sounds like you thought about this before. No, I just think, like, you know, my knee-jerk reaction is that Shrek has very kissable lips. Ghost Mark Zuckerberg? No. Marry him and then take all his money. I don't know where I don't know where the doors are. What's up, Snuff Star? Oh my gosh. You're Vixie Pixie! Hello, the artist formerly known as Vixie Pixie. Welcome in. I hope you're doing very well. Happy weekend! Congrats on the rebrand, Snuff Star. So cute. Where is the door? Open the door, or I'm gonna throw rocks at your window. Also, Destiny, I know you just died, but I have to say that you did very well this game. You did so well. I need you to know that. I hope you're very proud of how you did. The door is not- oh! No, but she hit it that hard! I would like to say fuck you to all my non-believers who didn't think that I hit my dead hard. Oh my god. Fuck! Why are you giving me nopers? I did so well. Are you kidding me? Don't make me nopers. That was so good. Do you have a favorite meal? I'd say the hands because the invisibility is so like, the invisibility is so broken. So I'm gonna go with invisibility. But for me personally, I know for a lot of people it's hand, foot, pasta. For me, it's hand, pasta, foot. That's for me. This Legion has beef with me. You know what? I would have beef with me too. Have a good night, Dragon! Dragon, have the... I burped. Have the best night ever. Thank you so much for being here. Also, think of the shout out for Heatley. You're so sweet. You're on TV right now. We're doing some open lobbies right now. You don't have to play, but if anyone wants to play, we are doing open lobbersons. Oh, nice. She got iframes, period. And I do have Dead Hard, too. Nice. I still get out. Nice. Don't take a hit from me. You're crazy. No way. Heal tech. Heal tech. Heal tech. Heal tech. Dankos, I'll have you know that you were healing on my screen. On my screen, you were healing. And so your heal tech was so valid. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, you can't leave because then they get the Mori, right? Oh, Dangos, I want you to know that you were healing on my screen. So I want you guys to know that Dangos is currently playing at 200 ping. Oh, how was your stream, Snuff? Do you ever do Twitch live collabs with other streamers or new streamers? New streamers, no, because if I don't know them, I ain't gonna stream with them, you know what I'm saying? I haven't done collabs in a long time because my, Kamoso D say ADHD is very, ADHD-y, and I've been struggling a lot, and also my depression has been very struggling. So even with my best friends, I haven't been streaming with because I've been having a really hard time. So if I do stream with my friends, it'll probably be with no comms, but new peeps probably not, because if I don't know them, you know what I mean. Yo, GG's. That was a rough game. And that was like a 30-minute game. Jesus. But yeah, I think that was a great game. I think we all did very well. I didn't, but everyone else did. Oh man. GG's. Almost a perfect game for Pixel. GG's. GG's. Holy moly guacamole. Look at all the blood points we all got too. Holy moly. Alright. One more millisecond. Yeah. That was rough. I'm gonna go pee really quickly. We're gonna do a new lobby. Let me leave. And then, if you guys try to join the lobby, I'm so sorry. I won't be able to accept you because I'll be pissing. But I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. And then when we come back, we'll get new gamers in here. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. Boys talk about how much I hate this map. John, thank you for giving us that little Leslie. Y'all are so
He's giving me no first. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Beep it. Beep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get Hatch. He goes into his power, and then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost, and then I get the save. Or he's gonna- oh my god, she let go! Alright, now I get Hatch. On God, I get Hatch. On God, right? Oh! I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight, but I'm not saying I don't know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. This hatch win brought to you by Gunner Optics. Use code PIXEL2025. I only had to sacrifice every single one of my teammates, but at the end it was worth it. Thank you, team. Best pee ever. All right, guys, get your booties in here. Sloth. That's a pretty. Get your booties in here. Oh, sorry for the screaming that at you. Once I have good Wi-Fi. Wait, so Dangos, are you like at home right now? I have Wi-Fi provided by the apartment complex. Really? That's ass butt. I'm so sorry. That sucks that you have 200 ping on your Wi-Fi. No, thank you! Got Kiki, Destiny, Dankos. Those are really fun games. I'm glad that we didn't let the Kaneki game count, because we went from a Kaneki game where we got 4-man slugs 3 seconds into the game into a 30-minute game with with Legion. Really? It just happens. But getting reported for internet is crazy. Panda Monster, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Anyone near 120 ping should be banned. I'm like, bro, chill. Sometimes it just like happens. Alright, Snuff, we're chilling. We're chilling, Snuff. We're chilling. Yeah, it was too much fun. Also, I would like to give some extra props and hype to Destiny, who literally just installed the game today and did so well. I would like to give huge props to Destiny, who just installed the game today. So, and I'm not being facetious. I'm letting you know, like, that you did amazing. W. We do have room for 2 more if anyone would like to join, even if you've already played today. At noon for less than 12 hours. Destiny's been playing this game. Oh, really? What are you going to change it to, Snuff? Are you going to change it to Snuff Star? Played today? Happy Pride. Who do I want to put some blood points in? Just so I can have cakes, you know what I mean? I did Ellen. I did a little bit of Cheryl. Ooh, I'm going to do either Hattie or... I'm going to do Hattie. Because I haven't put any blood points into her. Let's just do all of them. All of them. Yeah. Because I want to get at least, like, some cakes on some of the characters that I play the most. 33. That's beautiful. Cool. Alright, we'll go back to Shame. Kick me if Snuff or anyone else wants to join. Oh, Snuff's in. Snuff is a Coochie cult. 11 Dustin. Which one should I get? Ooh, 11. What is 11's perks? Extra, we see you, teamwork, soft-spoken. I think Dustin has arguably better perks, and with Dustin, you do get Eddie. So, I would say Dustin, for me personally. But I do like 11 as well. Yeah. And I'm like level 15 for the game, and my survivors are now LP 21. Honestly, I have no clue what I'm doing. So I think you're at level 21. I think you're at level 21, because I don't think you're all your there's no way. Well, actually, no, because you probably only have like 4 survivors, right? Never mind. Okay. No, I keep telling you you're a liar, and I'm the one who's like lying. Also, Coochie, whenever you have a chance, if you wouldn't mind, ready now, por favor. But you only probably have like, how many survivors do you have? Not a lot, right? Because you don't have the DLC right yet, right? No, Kiki, that's so dumb. Having to pay to change your name is so stupid. Yeah, 6-5. Okay, see, that makes sense. That makes sense. And especially since you had the 10 million BP as well. And thank you so much for the raid. How are you, Angel? Welcome in, Raiders. Nerdling is gonna keep their crown for my most rated person, the person that's rated my channel the most, who I think you had it last year and the year before that too. Back in a minute. No problem. I'll be here, Angel Face. I missed you already. Yeah, I think you've had it 2 years in a row, and you're gunning for 3 years in a row, Nerdling. You are so hot and so tall, so talented, so handsome. Thank you so much for the raids. How was your stream? What were you playing today? A little bit of the usual. What were you up to? Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for all the subs, the bits. We hit our weekly sub goal. Thank you so much. Escape Toon Kingdom. I've never heard of that. Sounds really cool though. I received a sub from Kodiak Attack. I don't know how it came to me. Oh, well, Arc Linkers, welcome in. If you have, so there's a default setting on Twitch where you receive gifted subs from any channel on Twitch, whether you've been rated into, or it might be like to similar channels that you watch or whatever. But you can turn that setting off if you don't want to be gifted subs from people you don't follow. I have that setting off because there's some people that I've been gifted subs to that are like shit people. I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to get gifted subs to them. You know what I mean? So I turned that setting off. But yeah. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. But hey, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. But yeah, it's either you've been rated into this channel, or it's like similar channels to what you watch is what happens, or is like what you'll get like gifted subs to if you have that setting turned on. Should I run Medic or Jenny? Whatever you feel. Do Jenny. Yeah, do Jenny's because you can do whatever you want. You can play however you want. But I'd say do generators because the bonus to the event gives us so many heals. But hey, Arc Linkers, welcome in. Thank you so much for following, and thank you so much for popping in chat. Hope you enjoy all your emotes. If you like Pokemon, you'll like your emotes. Oh, actually, should we do a favorite Pokemon check? Does anyone have any favorite Pokemon that they enjoyed? My favorite Pokemon are Clefable, hence why, like, 50% of my emotes are Clefable. But I do love, who else do I love? I need an alchemy one. Yes! We love Pokemon here. Lapras, Sylveon, Chandelure, Jigglypuff, all the evolutions. Nidoking, yes! Wait, Dangos, is Pikachu your favorite? Clefable, oh, I thought you were saying that Clefable's your favorite too. I'd say Clefable's my favorite, but would you believe it if I told you that my brother's favorite Pokemon is Gengar? And so we kind of like match in that way. Leafeon, hell yeah. Nidoking, Teddiursa, hell yeah. I'm a basic, I love it. Dangers. Snuffstar! Thank you for the forehead kiss here. What do you think of that Clefable card I posted? Yeah, I don't want to talk about you. Or I don't want to talk to you. Well, I responded to you in the Discord, right? Yes, they do. They do say that. So I think it's super funny that my brother and I have like, oh, it's the head. Yum yum. But I think it's super funny that like my favorite Pokemon is Clefable and his is Gengar. Houndoom. Oh, you have a theme. Definitely. Also, whoa! I just burped. You scared a burp out of my mouth. Sorry, I just had some G Fuel. Ewok! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Human Raptor! Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, welcome in. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Fuck that ballad in particular. Human Raptor! How was your stream? Welcome in. What were you up to? Yeah, it is, what am I doing? The orange vibe G Fuel. I'm just drinking the can again. Yippee. There she goes again. But seriously, welcome in, Human Raptor. How was your stream? What were you getting up to? Didn't mean to? I'm joking. It's totally fine. It was my first pack that I opened. Oh my god. That's the one card that I'm looking for. So I'm not at all jealous about it. I'm very happy for you. It's a very cool card. So Ewok pulled the Mega Clefable SIR from Perfect Order, and I'm so pretty but I'm jealous. Oh no! I'm so sorry about the headache. That sucks. Please, you, Human Raptor and Nerdling, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Seriously, please go take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for the raid. If anybody's new here, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I am a DBD creator. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to put my DBD creator back on. Like, how will people know that I'm a DBD creator if I don't have it on my stream? There we go. There you go. And I do a lot of variety, but I do mostly focus on DBD when there's like events or drops. Otherwise, I'll play, I don't know, Outlast Trials, Overwatch. No, I'm not a human. Really, like I'll play whatever really has drops available. I like drops, whether they're cosmetic drops or Twitch badge drops. I love Twitch drops. They make me so happy. But yeah, I'll do variety. Variety makes me very happy. It's the ADHD, and I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. I do normally stream with a webcam, but today I wasn't feeling like it because I'm so tired. I just wasn't feeling like it. Oh, he definitely saw me, right? Yeah. That's right. Take the heat off of Dango's a little bit. That visibility is so stupid. I would DC if I was a killer. Like, this game mode is so dumb. Like, the fact that I just lost him because of my invisibility is so lame. Like, yeah, see, I called it. Like, I would do it too. Henry, legit, I feel you. Damn. I feel bad. No, man. Understandable. GG's. I'm so sorry. I will not count that game. We will play 2 more. Barely. Mwah. Happy weekend. That game won't count. Unfortunately, I do have to play an ad because I won't be able to finish a game before an ad starts playing. But unfortunately, I do have to play an ad right now. I'm so sorry, but we're going to have an ad before we get into a game. Also, Barely, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Thank you guys so much. Oh, let me do a raid trailer real quick. How about that? Let's do a raid trailer. We haven't done one all night.
Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. Pixel! Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick?
Thank you guys so much for the raids. Charoli and Dibs! Dibs! I feel really bad for that Henry. That was really rough. I think that last invisibility was so fucking annoying, man. You know that guy is not getting back on Killer on this playlist. he's going back to like the normal playlist. I feel so bad. Poor Henry. I feel bad, man. This playlist is ass. For Killer. I feel so bad. Hey, you know what? It could be worse. We could be in comms. We could be in comms. Yeah, ads now, no ads in game. Only have eyes for you. Oh, you know what? Did I buy everything from this? I did not. Oh, okay. Well, I'm broke. Okay. Can I buy that Sable outfit really quickly? How quickly can I buy it? Because I don't have that one. Oh, okay. Fuck! Damn it! I'm gonna get that Sable outfit. Because I have so much money. Thanks, behavior. Love you. I won't ready up. I'll wait until the ad stops playing. Or stops playing, excuse me. I can't believe I hit that dead hard. I bet Stanley would be so proud of me. Well, oh, thank you, Arc Linkers. Sorry for the lick. Again. What emote is this? Empty wallet. So funny. Alright, the ad should be done. It's already up now. I only have eyes for you. I heard your elk mini call through my headphones as I approached my laptop. You're welcome. Flies coming out. Were there flies? Hold on, let me click on it. Let me make it bigger. Oh, I see it now! Oh, that's so sad. What's it like? It looks like Bugs Bunny hands. I don't think I asked for you. Hold on, she's checking Twitter for her notifications. Oh, hey. Also, I do a shameless plug. I do have a Twitter, a YouTube, an Instagram, etc. if you guys want to follow. But if you guys don't want to follow, I totally get it. But it's there in case you guys want. Toothy. I wish you luck in your matches and whatever you pursue. Thanks, Google. Oh, that's cute. I cannot promise no sandbags, but I know I lose sleep every time it happens. No, because I didn't I sandbag you earlier? Oh yeah, I let you go to second stage earlier, so you're allowed up to 3 sandbags, and you haven't used any of your sandbags yet. So, God, his voice is so. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. An unknown into the unknown. Hey, 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 chill. Don't worry, I got him on the infinite. Pretend like that didn't happen. Alright, help! Everyone obey! So, I'm gonna blame that on the 4 shots that I've had today. Yikes. May I ask you about my anxiety, ADHD, and autism? Is that what you want to ask about? Also, Dino Dance! Everybody do the Dino Dance. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, take notes on what not to do. What do you got, Ark? Everybody do the Dino Dance. We gotta fix our timing on these plates, by the way. W Dino Dance homies. Is he gonna come right here? I would, right? Yeah. Alright. Methinks he might want to tunnel me out because I'm bad at this video game. Nope. Okay.
Lizard.
Interesting. What's up, Panda? For my birthday week, chat keeps getting me to do shots. On a scale from 1 to 10, how drunk are you right now? Saucy Plague, what is it?
Lizard.
Tell us everything. What is your good news? Everybody do the Dino Dance, Dino Dance. Everybody do the Dino Dance. Let me get a cart, actually, before I go ahead and do this. Yeah. Will you rub me bum? Oh, you had a healing build, yes. Liddy McLittertons. That's very funny. Well, good for you. Very good, very good, very good. Yeah, I said go ahead and ask your question, Ark. Of course. My brain right now. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey! Franklin's? Girl, bye. Bye, have a beautiful time. Oh, I'm so doing this. Yes. Oh, he has Weave of Entombment too? Alright. 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 Oh. Ark, so what's the word for it? What's the term for it? Free ball, because I don't have health insurance, because I'm broke, so there's no treatment. Hence why I'm not using a cam today, because I am completely, like, and utterly mentally spent. So, unfortunately, I don't have any treatment or medication, because I am, how does the word say? Fucked. Frank Weave in this economy? Indeed. Indubitably. Kishu, mwah. Think of the forehead. Get the raw dog. Yes, I am raw dogging it. Thank you. I could not remember what the term was, but I knew that it was a term. Yeah, raw dogging is what I'm doing. It's because I can't afford health insurance, so it sucks. But you know what? It is our reality. Oh, and thank you, Kishu. My model, this art was made by Chaotic Aura. She is such a talented artist and streamer and human and friend. Which is why I drink and have gummies. Yes. Yes. Retweet. Yes. And how. Yes. God, yes. Oh, well, thank you, Ark. That's very sweet of you. But yeah, I'm a fat, dumb American, so. I live in America, which means our health system sucks. I have never once had government assistance ever in my life, so I don't know what that's like. 'Cause I know people get government assistance, and that's cool for them. I've never had that, and I'm jealous. Respectfully, I am jealous about the government assistance that people get. I really am, but I've never had that. Even during COVID, when I got furloughed from my job, because I was making because technically I was still making money from when I used to do OF, used to, by the way. because I was making money from that. I never got government assistance pay when I got furloughed, which sucks. So I have officially never once in my life ever gotten government assistance. I can say that, and 99.999% of Americans can't say that. Whoa, shit nipples! Holy shit! I'm trying to read chat for 2 seconds. Man, I was just trying to read chat. Holy. Oh man, I don't know where he is. Ah! 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 Oh my god, this is a horror game. Holy. Oh my, okay. Please get me out of this video game. Holy shit. An awful system? Yes, I agree. I also have PixelxKitten, which is, you know, the best. Shut up! You're gonna give me a complex. Really? Oh, you have therapy and, I love that for you. I'm happy for you. I'm very happy for people who have resources that they can utilize. That I'm jealous, yeah. But I can be jealous without being mad about it, you know? Like, I can be healthy jealous. Because there's people in my life, or who used to be in my life, that would be jealous and would, oh my god, they would, like, take it out on the people who they were, like, jealous of. And it's like, girl, chill. Like, you can be jealous and be supportive at the same time. Yeah, anybody who either has government assistance or who has, like, resources, for whatever resources that they have in order to get whatever assistance that they need, whether it's therapy or medication or really anything. Like, I'm so happy for you. Hello, Entity Style. Is that what your name is? Welcome in. It was a rough game. This guy's really good. He's of course running like his strongest like build because he has to. This game mode is insane for killers. Crying? Why are you crying? Also, I'm sorry. I'm gonna catch up on all messages after this. This game has been like constant action. Okay. I have been dead. Oh, that's alright. It's alright. It's been a rough game. This guy's very good. He's got Weave of Entombment. Oh, whoa, I didn't even hear him! Or, hear him, see him. I have conviction. I have conviction! I want to get up right in front of his face. Like, right in his face. Good night, Cookie Dough! Everyone say good night, Cookie Dough. Period. I don't know if he was gonna pick me up. Oh, what is my ping? 45? Disagree. That's right. I'm out of the game. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Entity. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Hey, it's alright. I'll get me out of this game. GG's. GG's. Yeah, Snuff. With this game mode, you can play whatever game mode or whatever build you want. But I would say gens. If you had to pick between gens and healing, I'd pick gens because the auto healing that you get from this game mode is so free 99. Free 99. GG's. All right, we got one more game with this group. All right, let me catch up on chat. All these people are running around with plates is giving the sim. Shut up. That's so funny. I'm halfway done with the skirt. Oh, no way! And I'm getting better at looping killers and losing them. It's been so fun, but anxiety-inducing, knowing I'm probably upsetting someone. Wait, upsetting someone with, like, your gameplay? Why would you be upsetting someone with your gameplay? Could someone write that user for me, please? I want to check out their stuff. Oh, my God, yes. So, this is Chaotic Aura. Shout out. Chaotic Aura. She does stream. She's very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. We love her very much. I still have to, oh my god, I just remembered. I have a message I have to respond to her from like 20 months ago. Yeah, I'm a bad friend. Well, okay, actually, can I add it to my to-do list to respond to her? Holy. But Celestia, I'm very proud of you. Keishu, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. It's in case I didn't. But yeah, I raw dog. I wish I could have, I don't know, some sort of meds. That'd be so nice, but you know, it's right. I am doing the best that I can with my life. Yeah, the way I've been looping killers and the reason that makes them mad with how they react. Oh, really? So it makes me have what are the, well, I mean, as long as you're not like having any bad manners, you shouldn't feel any sort of way. You're just playing the video game. I have always been bad at being chased, so I try to make up my place out and avoid it of the killer as possible. Oh, Snuff, me too. Same. Good night, Arc Linkers. Have a very good sleepy. I hope you get some good rest, Arc. Thank you so much for coming by and hanging out. I drove a spring trap up a wall the other night and he just kept smacking me on the hook. Oh no! That's alright. That's alright. I wouldn't take it personally. You can play however you want to play. They can play however they want to play. It happens. Yeah, exactly, Swissy. So, as long as you don't have bad manners, I wouldn't have any anxiety. I truly wouldn't. Did you know that Pixel is cute? Do you want to get banned, Mr. Ware? I'm joking. No, you. Nor yo. Do it. Do it. Don't be nice to me or I'll come. How many more streams before the end of the month? We have Monday. Monday is the last stream of the month. Holy. And then Wednesday is Salted Loki's birthday. Oh, Snuff, do you want to get banned? I'm joking. Salted Loki, are you doing anything for your birthday this weekend? Or next weekend? Because I know next weekend is the 4th of July. 250 years for this country. Holy. Yeah, on Wednesday, Salted Loki's birthday! All I'm gonna stand and say, I don't really have that many bonfires. I have 11 cakes. I'll get some more cakes. As long as you don't teabag, exgate, or hit on hook. Yeah, exactly. No, Stellar, I'm the same way. That's why I have the rules for. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. I will make that point. Thank you for reminding me. So, I will give a reminder that I have 3 rules for open lobbies. The first rule, be nice to me. The second rule, be nice to the killers. Third rule, be nice to your fellow survivors. And as far as the killers go, that includes, but is not limited to, don't needlessly teabag them. Because I find that bad manners. No way! Are they coming in on Wednesday or on one of the weekends? That's awesome, Loki. Yeah, just be nice, yeah. I don't know. I'm out of my mind. Oh, I thought Snuff was still in the game. All I got is insane. PS4 slowed, no problemo. Ugh. Oh, I was about to bitch about not having a toothy torty. I was about to bitch. I was about to do it. Oh, the 11th. Okay, so that is 2 weeks. Cool. I feel so seen. You're so cute. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I see you casting taunt. That's so funny. But yeah, no, on God. On God. I'll purposely not chase people who teabag me because I'm just like, oh, you want it? Well, now I'm not gonna give it to you. With games is Wi-Fi held together by glue, tape, and also hope. Hopium? I love it. I love it. I don't know why, but when I do no cam streams, I bite my lip so much more than normal. And my lips always get like so fucked up every time I do no cam streams. Because I'm just biting my lips constantly. I don't know why I do that. But I want it. No. This is as much as my rent with no. Oh my god. How much is the PS5 right now? Did you guys see that that new Steam system or whatever like went on, not on sale, but like went on like waitlist or something? Prove us how good they look. My lips? Yeah, Salted Loki's birthday is July 1st. 500, 600 for PlayStation 5? Damn. Did you say your fucking rent is that? Where the fuck do you live? I wish we had portals each game. What gives portals again? What item? Damn stuff. Hell yeah. Is that Canada's Independence Day? No way! Do you have roommate stuff? Because hopefully that helps a little bit. Canada. My shot glass of the day is still my Canadian shot glass that Raven got me. No. Damn. Oh, not you with your Canadian emotes. That's so funny. Oh, let me turn my music off. What are we gonna get? Hand, foot, or pasta? And Princess Di? Oh, man. I don't share a birthday with anybody famous. Yeah. We love motionless and white. I'm getting kind of sleepy, ain't I? Oh my god, it's almost 11. Pasta! I'm thinking foot. I'm feeling foot. I'm hoping for hands, but I think we're gonna get foot. Yippee! I love, what's it called? Oh, man. Cereal. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Take my strong hand. Cool. It's a spring trap. Norway. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, Ian. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Snuff, no way. Well, that is interesting. I agree, Royal. Oh my god, I agree. I'm so happy that we finally have an indigenous representation in here. Especially, like, with, like, it being a Canadian-based, like, company. Oh, look at the snakes on the lockers and the... I love the snakes. America. Ah! Ah! Wait, don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. Damn, he still got me because the poison slowed me down that last minute. Oh shit! I didn't see him pull it up at the last second, damn. I'm so sorry, Raven. A drumstick blizzard? What the fudge is a drumstick blizzard? Is it a blizzard that's flavored like a drumstick ice cream? Is that what that is? Really, Raven? Oh, yikes. That sucks. I'm so sorry, lovely. Your boy Dum Dum. I love Spring Trap so much. Oh, that sounds amazing. Who does blizzards? Is that Dairy Queen? I don't know why my voice got so high with that. Is that Dairy Queen? Dairy Queen, cool. Did you forget you went to Dairy Queen or something? Or is it like a pre-made thing? Oh! Wait, don't come back! Give me a kiss! I love you! Oh, man. Yeah, I know. I feel so bad. That sucks. You know he's gonna come right back out that door. You guys know that, right? Dago's gonna come right out that door. A limited time flavor? You're a limited time flavor. Are you about to heal us? Oh, that'd been so hot though. Okay, girl. Ha. Oh, I think he wants me. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Alright. I think he wants... I forgot I was wearing my Twitch shirt. I think it's the Twitch shirt. I forgot I was wearing that. I've been wearing that for like the last 10 games though. Forever. I'm here and flavorful all the time. Stupid sexy Twitch shirt. Please tell me you said that like Homer Simpson, Leo. Please tell me that was a Homer Simpson reference. Oh, wait. They're chasing spades? Okay, well, someone heal me. Please, someone heal me. Please, 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 someone heal me. Dankos, please heal me while they're in chase with spades. Dankos, please. Please heal me. Please. Thank you. Yes! Thank you, Leo. Oh, I love it. Chopped nuts. That was my nickname. I'm joking. Oi. Thank you, lovely. Giggity? Question mark? Alright, respectfully, you guys can all go fuck yourselves. I'm gonna go over here and stay away. Finesse, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy weekend. There was a gen over here, no? Yes. Why, yes. Holy dessert plate bat. Holy dessert plates Batman. Okay, pretend like I hit that. Dangos is not going for the save. I see. I think that is a problem. Spades, what is the odds? What are the odds? If I can make it to you. Oh no, this animation takes 25 years, Spades. I'm sorry. There are 2 people by you, Spades! I don't know what you wanted from me! Oh, no way! Oh, just at the end. Damn it. I tried. I tried! I did try. I want everyone to know. It's a grind for 2 whatever's, but my brain is melted. Hey, the event... Oh, man. The event's gonna last like 24 years, so you're good. You're good. I was on Death Hook. Oh. Oh my god! You're lucky I don't have my conviction. Oh! Yeah. I don't know what happened there, but that was really funny. Briars does a waffle cone. Oh wait, everyone shut up, my Mori's on. Oh. Oh, hey, I'm glad you guys, healed while I was being humped in the ground. Hey, GG's, GG's. Kyle, were you playing? Alright, GG. Alright, we'll get a new lobby in here. Because that was the second game. Alright, who wants to play the video games with me? It's okay if you guys don't. Did you guys see that username? Here, we'll put my my usual outfit back on. Their name was Virginity Revoker. No, Dangles, you're so Gucci as a coochie. So funny. Oh my god. That's right, look at. I'm big chillin'. We chillin'. You know, I don't play DBD. Get your ass in here. That I tell anyone about anyway. Okay, Virginity Revoker. Notice how it took you a couple seconds to say that? Why? Because you were hooking somebody and you had to wait till you hooked somebody to say that? I'm joking. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll put my music back on. Oh, let me do blood web things. Yes, yes. God is this! Did they actually hook you? I just want to say that humping was the most action I've had in like 5 years, so I'll take it. I will take it. A toothy tarty. Shut up, Raven. I did Jen Hook though. No! I want my jewel box. Oh man. Wow! What is this emote? Sus. That's so funny. Oh man. Turn my Audi into an Emmy. Okay, so I'm learning Scottish Gaelic in Duolingo, right? Oh shit! Oh my god, Shabby! I need to do my Duolingo. Do you guys mind if I do my Duolingo right now? So I'm doing Scottish Gaelic in Duolingo, and to say yes in Scottish Gaelic, it's ha, T-H-A, ha, and look, Martin, and you know how there's like a meme. There's a meme where people, like someone like posted on Twitter and it went viral, where someone asked like, oh, do people who speak French, like when they're having sex, instead of going, yes, 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 you just go, oui, 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 and like that was a joke that they were asking, and and it made me think, well, with Scottish Gaelic, it's ha, and so when people are going, yes, 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 in sex, do they go, ha, 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 ha? And so that's what I've been thinking recently. Sorry for all my Scottish Gaelic speakers out there, but I'm just curious. Oh man. GG's. Was anybody joining? It's okay if they're not, but I was just curious if anybody woos, because if not, I will play an ad. Oh, I can't listen right now. Do you mind if you do it without it? Oh, welcome, Colin. We'll do ad now, no ad in game. But I didn't want to take a spot. Oh no, you're Gucci. It might just be you and me, love. Oops. Okay, girl, you can't tell me that it's wrong when you didn't put in the word that I was putting in. So fun. Oh, I gotta click into the game. Okay, I'm in the game. And good for the night? Yeah, it's getting kind of late. I might do a couple more games. I definitely have more energy. Tea and a book. Because I'm playing without a camera. Look here. I do not have a shoe on. Sorry, I had to do my Duolingo, or else Shabby and mine's friend streak is gonna go away, and I don't want to do that. Skirt. Oran. Og. Leber. Young. Slaudak. Breakish. Odak. Anish. Shaked. Bonach. Karak. Kota. Anish. 1,000 years? Yours not going through. Alright, you tell me to leave. Oh, wrong one. Let me know if that works. Send me a friend request to look at. Oh, actually, you just typed it in here, so I should be able to copy paste it. Hold on. Yeah. Don't forget that's come. Oh, thank you. There we go. There we go. And get your boot in here. All right, we did my Duolingo for the day. 167 stream streak. Perfecto. my torties. Obsession movie Henny stream service. Yes! Wait, June 30th, really? Okay, I'm gonna have to watch it because I haven't seen it yet. Whee! I don't know why it won't show. Wait, what's not showing? Sorry. I have a twig sprout. I see it! Destiny, I do see it. I see your sprout. I do see it. Ooh, Carlos. Hey, yo. Alright. Duolingo streak saved. Beautiful. Benny! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss theme. I tell you, I'm working on making a Pikachu pinata. No way. Are you making it for like a family member or like for funsies? Good evening, Benny. Mr. Ware, I still need to watch Iron Lung too. I need to buy it on YouTube. I want to do like a YouTube, not a YouTube, a Discord watch party, but I've been so fudging depresso and just sleeping for all my extra time that any extra time that I have is just me in bed. So, I don't know, we'll see. That was in response to the mod chat, by the way. Spunk and sprinkles! Holy. That is funny. Oh, upset. Oh, Iron Lung? I haven't seen it yet. Coworker 6-year-old. But this is the test one to make sure the face does not come out horrifying. Yeah, that's important, right? That's so cool. No, I needed to know. I needed to know, mods. Hi, Moon Courts! Moon Courts, how are you, sweet angel? Happy weekend. I asked. I needed to know. You know what? I think you guys told me that the answer to my question earlier, mods, and I forgot. Now I won't forget. Gotta crank those vitamins up. Vitamins and minerals. I want to see Iron Lung. I'm gonna buy it. Don't buy it. I'll buy it. Oh, really? Moon, what happened? If you want to share, if you don't have to. Oh, good, because I'm broke. Nobody will hire me. Ugh, real. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Really? I bought Iron Lung instead of rewatch. Oh, but you have seen it, though. Okay, you know what, Moon? I was gonna ask if it was that, but in case it wasn't, I didn't want to, like, I don't know, like, be wrong, I guess, you know what I mean? I was hoping it was that. Yes, please share. Please share your charity stuff. 3 times? Damn, I'm so behind. 300 apps. Jesus fuck. Oh my god. You're sitting at 897. What was your original goal? And that is before my June payout. Shut up. Shut up. How many more streams are you doing? Yeah, that's what I thought. So your original goal, this is for the Trevor Project, isn't it? Your original goal was 500, and you're at 897. And how many more streams do you have before the end of the month that you're going to be doing? Oh, Dankos, I had so much fun playing with you. Seriously, thank you so much for playing. Tomorrow's your last June stream. Oh my god. So, okay, so who's going to be watching Moon Courts and following Moon Courts and opening your pockets for a charity? Whomst, I wonder. Whomst. It came out when we had Ice Storm here. And I went to the theater to... Oh my god. That's awesome. I wish I could have gone to the theater. Did you get any merch for it, Jade? I got that one long sleeve shirt for it, which is like one of my favorite shirts ever. I think it looks terrible on me because I think the fit is very unflattering for me. But it makes me really happy because it's super comfortable. And I will take comfort over looks any day of the year. Thank you, Katic Aura made this. Isn't it so pretty? I can attest Moon Court streams are fun, especially if you are high energy, wit, and a bit of salt. Oh, if you like high energy, wit, and a bit of salt. That is so cute. We do love Moon Courts here. We do, actually, I said like. I meant love. We do love Moon Courts here. Sorry. Yo, get it, Sable. Get it, Sable. Get it, Sable! Oh my god, Destiny, you're such a sweetheart. I'm also a charity. Guys, open your pockets for the mods. That's so funny. I also am broke. I got the t-shirt. Oh, nice! I got the long sleeve that has, like, the fishnet overneath. Oh, overneath. Overneath, by the way. Got it. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. I don't have conviction yet. That's right. Worth it. Oh my god. No way! Run! 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 Look at run! Look at run! Holy shit! I think that was Spades. Thank you, Spades. You're so hot. I'm gonna fuck. I kiss you. Spades like, yes! That was so hot. Thank you. Oh my god. Destiny, I'm gonna send you love. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm all out of Sabo. That's unfortunate. Holy shit, we're gonna get DC'd on! I feel so bad. Yikes. 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 Holy, I feel a little bit bad. Not a lot bad, but a little bad. Oh. After that last game I just had, getting humped by the screen trap, I deserve that, right? Does Pixel deserve that, chat? Yes or no? My final actual charity event, I'm just sitting here crying. Oh my god, you're such a cutie. Such a sweetheart. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh no, Sable, I'll just go fuck myself. Hey, Sable, remember when I saved you? No, it's alright, Sable. Sable, come here. Sable, come here. Come here. Sable. Sable, come. Heal me. Oh, jeez. Hydration and energy. Oh my god, you're so cute. See, Sable, we would have been fine if you had just fucking healed me. I'm just being so normal about this, chat. I'm being so normal about it. I'm just salty. I'm just a salty saltine. They jumped you too. I thought those were humps. they were yeah, they humped me, yeah. They were doing the WS, yeah. Which is fine. I couldn't give a fuck, but I just thought it was funny. I guess I'll just stay on this gen, eh? What a power move. Gonna add overneath to my verbal stims. I don't want to talk about it. But yeah, I had the Iron Lung shirt where they have the fishnet overneath. And it's super unflattering. Like, it's so like boxy, and coming from someone who has big fucking tits, and my waist and my like stomach is smaller than my big giant omega tits, it looks really, really horrible on me, because it just makes me look like I'm like 20 pounds bigger than I actually am with that shirt. But that's alright. It is what it is. Holy shit, you're dead. Well, I'm a good streamer. I heard tits?
Hello.
Ooh. Oppression. Hey, thank you for the follow. I love your username. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. No, look at that was, we were just fucking about. We were just faffing about. Pretty sure that person has me banned on all their stuff, by the way, Rootsy, just a heads up. Just in case you didn't know. I heard titties? Ooh. Oh, well. Whoa! Oh, okay. Oh, holy shit! Oh, I'm, wait, what the fuck? My tab button just got glitched. It just wouldn't go away. What the fuck? Oh. That was really weird. It starts with a W, ends with a P. Thank you, Spades. They were that person's butt buddy. Oh! What did I do? I didn't get myself up. Oh, thank you! Kinetic Aura drew it for me, and it's so cute. With a t-shirt is that the collar is kind of small and rests up against my neck. Oh, so overstimulation sensation, huh? Yeah, that drives me crazy. Why am I in caps lock? Oh, Enoch. That's very sweet. You're so kind. Oh, it's fine. It's no big deal. It was just a heads up. A hoods up, as it were. Ooh! What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Wait, but like, what did I do? What did I do? Wait! Hey, wait! I want to know. What did I do? Wait, what did I do? Wait, what did I do? I don't know. I don't know what I did. What did I do? Oh my god, I sabbled the hook at the beginning. That's right. Oh my god. Oh my god. I sabbled the hook at the beginning. That's right. I don't feel like that's a big deal, though. Is it? Was it? I don't remember. It's fine. That's alright. If I'm his win condition, I'm okay with that. Why me? If I do get pulled off hook, that's fine. Yeah, he's gonna come right. Look, he's already coming right back. Running. Running, 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 running. Yep. She, to the shock of absolutely nobody, look who's following behind me. Oh, Sable! Oh my god. My angel. I don't know, should I go to Shaq? Does Shaq even have anything? Oh my god, she's such a goat. Holy shit. Okay. I take this. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that on my person for a little bit. Why am I running like this? Wait, why are you running like that? Why are you running like this? Wait, I see you, Spades. I see you. Oh, I see. How many more do we need? Because that could heal us, right? 1. Okay, 2. I'm gonna hold on to this. It's not worth it for me. Hold on. They hate Sabos of 5 gens. Yeah. I don't blame them. I totally don't blame them. Actually, hold on. I'll do one more. Because then that's going to be the 4th one. There we go. Cool. And then we can go get the unhook. Nice.
Oops, I slipped.
Whoa! Whoa, Mr. Ware! Oh, Pix Prey. Thanks for... Mr. Ware, thank you for the 100 biddies. What the fudge? Holy. Thank you so much, homie. That's so sweet of you. It's kind of like when my boss buys all the staff new polo shirts that are required to wear for an open house every year, and they're not only see-through white, that horrible... oh, no, I don't want... I'm not trying to... No, oh. Okay. What is happening?! I'm just trying to heal you, dude. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, now you're pissing me off. now I'm actually mad. No, go away. Like, I can't tell if she was, like, trying to item tech me or what. No, I'm mad now. I'm mad. Why can I not heal her? No, I'm so fucking... I literally wouldn't have me. You saw that in real time. In real time. And you know she's pissed at me. You know she's, like, gonna, like, report me to behavior. Can you imagine? Yeah. If he had picked up, like, straight. Oh, he could definitely see me, right? Hey. Hey. Whoa, 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 stuttering. What am I, dangos? Oh, almost ran right into that. Where'd she go? Alright, we gotta time this, gamers. We gotta time this. Oh my god, gamer. Why are you so thick? Your big bubble butt blocked me. Bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt, bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt. That's right. That was really funny, though. That was. This game was an amalgamation of just fails, fails, fails on my part. But I did get one Sabo save, and I'll take it. Holy, a Golbat? I want that. Thank you very much. Bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt. Holy. That's a big word for elbow. Oh my god, you know what's so funny? I said that during D&D today because I misread something. I was like, reading's hard for elbow. Oh man, GG's. Oh, 1,000 or oh my god, reading's hard for elbow. 10,000 bonus? Oh my god, I thought this said bubble butt for a second. Blunderbuss? GG's. GG's. Alright, let's watch whomstever. Who we played with? Oh, that's right. There's a random. I forgot. It's true. It's true. What do you guys think? One more game? With Look At and Spades, and then we'll call it an evening. Or we can go till midnight. What do you guys think? Do you guys want to go till midnight? We can go till midnight. What do you guys think? Another 32 minutes. So we could probably, that's probably like what, 2 or 3 more games? Depending on how long these games go for a long time. With these heals. Also, honorable mention to Spades, who healed me twice off the floor today, or in this game. Have you seen Hormone Monstrous, where she goes, I don't wear deodorant, but I take bubble baths. Bubble baths. Bubble baths was a verbal stim for me for way longer than I'd like to admit. Bubble baths. Oh, sorry. Central Standard Time. My bad. Central Standard Time. Spades is the GOAT. The greatest of all time. G-O-A-T. It's true. It's true. I said that to my mom when I was working on my resume yesterday. I used the word facilitate and went, that's a big word for elbow. And Mama Bagwin was like, what? That's a big word for elbow. Oi, Shamoy, that's very funny. What? Ooh. Took her off guard. Facilitate. I'd rather so stunning. Don't worry, no pallets have been thrown because I keep dying at the pallets. Oh, he's so bubble buddy, isn't he? I'll facilitate. You watch your mouth when you're speaking to me. Balsamic vinegar. Wait, what? What? I read that as taint? I'll facil your taint. Batteries included. Coup de grace. GG's. W-taint? Wait, who said that? Bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt. Oh, was it really? Is that Elmo lore? Balsamic vinegar? So all of our brains are just fried. Got it. Got it. Leon! I miss Leon's moans. Anybody else? Just me? About to finish my G Fuel. You hear that? It's an empty ass can of G Fuel. Oh wait, can I buy that dumb ass Sable skin? Oh my god. Okay, if this game loads in as soon as I click this outfit, I'm gonna be so tilted. Nice! Nice! We got it. Alright, so I finally unlocked grippers for Sable. What else should we buy with behaviors money? Siri? Butter boots? This outfit makes me think of YBZ. Because this is like my YBZ. Oh, and this is my YBZ outfit too. Oh my god, I'm just gonna spend all my money. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Butter boots! Okay, so if you guys didn't see the Minecraft stream that we did yesterday, I found, in the pit of despair, I found a chest. And it had a butter helmet. It had a butter chest piece. It had butter pants, but no fudging butter boots. And on a scale from 1 to 10, I was 11 on the distraught scale. Oh, that's my favorite. So look at, if you didn't know, Gabriel's one of my favorite characters to play as, and this is my skin that I do for him. So, just so you know, that's my go-to outfit for him. It looked at me first. Yeah, he's my favorite. Ah, shit! I should have played an ad, but that's right. I'm gonna snooze it. Snooze an ad. Yeah, so that's my go-to outfit for him. Stream announcements. Pixel is live. Thanks, Discord. Almost said thanks, G Fuel. Bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt. Oh, I was in the wrong chat. I was like, what the fudge? I love him. I love Gabriel so much. I'm not saying I like him more than Ace Visconti yet. But no one make me choose, alright? Please don't make me choose between Ace and Gabriel, because that would be a very difficult choice for Pixel. I do love him. This mask right here, this little like hyena skull horn. You guys know from The Lion King. I love this mask so much. This is like so dope. I think I just love the asymmetry of it. Pasta. Give me more hands. Give me more hands, you coward.
What the hell is out?
Speaking of Minecraft, I've just Shelby! Also, I'm hoping that tomorrow is my respond to messages day. Ooh. Oh no. L-spin. Oh my god, is that what I think it is? I have to click on it to get it to move. Oh my god, if it's what I think it is, I'm gonna start crying. Oh my god, is it Penny the Frog? Oh, is it the ruler? Okay. Rub me bum. Yes. Yes. I love bum touches. It's so cute. Okay, so, question for you. Follow-up question. Follow-up question. Where do I find frogs in Minecraft? Because I have yet to find a frog in Minecraft, and I've done 3 sponsored streams, which means I've done 3 streams with Minecraft, and I have yet to find a frog. So where the fuck do I find a frog in Minecraft? Swamp? I'm gonna have to look up what a swamp biome looks like. So between Ace and Gabriel, which is your favorite? Asking for myself, because I can. Well. Oh, Thana, Hysteria, and was it the Etched Ruler? Is that the add-on that's called? Oh my god, we are so screwed. This is gonna be rough. Swamp and sometimes jungle. I'm gonna have to look up what a swamp biome looks like. Georgie! We had a level 2 hype train earlier. But I don't think anybody got Georgie, though. So who needs Georgie? I know War needs Georgie. Rootsy, last I heard, needs Georgie. Raven needs Georgie. I do, yeah. Who else needs Georgie? You two Lokis, you? No way! You too? No, you don't, Mr. Ware. You're such a liar. You had me. You had me by the short... No, you stay in that gen and you put in the work and you put in the hours to take what's ours. Wow! Oh my sheep or golly gee whiz. Who put the killer there? I was gonna ask if I could body block for you, but I cannot body block for you. Oh, you got poison? Oh, you're fucked. Alright, let me see if I can Sabo. Oh, just realized I only have like one add-on because I'm stupid. Well, I'm not saying that you guys should start hype train because I'm not saying that. But level 2. Oh my god, I gotta mend! I gotta mend! Why did no one tell me that I have to mend? Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Come over here, come over here, come over here, come over here. Ah, you're such a coward. You're such a coward. Oh, you did! Oh my god, I'm so mad at myself. I could have saboed that. I didn't know they were coming. And blood echo. Okay, so we know their whole build now. Right? Do we? Wait, am I stupid? We know the whole build, right? No way. Is that a golden kappa? Wait, did you guys... Thank you, Ewok. Thank you. Did you guys see that they have, like, mythical golden, like, hype trains now with, like, up to 3? Like, golden 24-hour... I think the 24-hour... Okay, don't make me wrong. The one golden kappa for 24 hours, sure. Oh, that's a global one? Oh, wait, really? Did they change it? Like, the one... Oh, I'm injured. The one golden kappa, sure, fine. Have the one emote for 24 hours. Let's add more for, like, that are, like, a even higher rarity for also being 24 hours? I don't know. That seems silly-willy to me. Stop. Oh, what? Okay. Oh, it's because I don't have a terror radius because I'm oblivious because of Assyria. So doesn't that counteract his power a little bit with oblivious? Or am I oblivious? Mr. Red, no, I love those emotes so much. They make me so happy. Oh, okay. Leon! Okay, that's right, because you're gonna get hooked over here. Oh, no. Walk it off, walk it off, walk it off, walk it off, walk it off. Run, 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 run. Shit. I don't think I make it, I don't think I make it, I don't think I make it. I'm gonna try, though. Oh, she's gonna try. Damn it! Oh, I was injured! So, on a scale from 1 to 10, how long have I been injured for? I didn't realize I was injured. Yikes, I forgot I was broken, and that's why we didn't heal, because I was broken. This is what happens when Pixel gets sleepy, eh? Holy moly. Alright, so what emote is this? Oh, it is a different one. Yagoo? Ew. Yagoo. Yagoo. That's a weird word. That's a weird word for... Oh, I can't stop now. Okay. I want the Charmander chasing his tail. Is it not a global? Oh, no! No! I have an idea. Let's leave! Oh no, you got poison, love. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, okay. Yeah? Should I put a thing down in here? Will that heal us? How many foods are on here? I don't know. Do you think those will heal us? No, me! I got it. Healed! You're welcome, look at. I'm glad we got to heal you. That's a joke because they're dead. I'm so sorry. Hello, Gwenny Goyle. Oh my god, I thought, did you see this? This like little red? I thought that was a red stain. Gwenny! How are you, sweet angel face? Everyone say hi, Gwenny Goyle. I can't a killer in my midst. Me, RN. Hey. Oh, okay. Bye! Have a beautiful day! That worked out. This gamer knows a thing or two about poison, and that scares me. Oh my god, those pallets are so rough. Like, look, just like running past them. You can see that like glitching right here. Oh, yeah, see right there? Right there again. So annoying. I'm not close enough to anybody to get healed, so I'm just gonna have to stay broke and self-care. Oh, good for you. Oh, good for you, Gwenny. Oh, hell yeah. Deserved. Actually, I'm gonna go grab a plate before I get back on this gen. Just for, you know. Oh, Gwenny, I'm so proud of you. You definitely need. Ooh, you definitely deserve that. Shaq, I'm coming towards you. Oh, you're good. Cool. Perfect. Ooh, can I Sabo? Oh, I'm not gonna risk it, because I gotta remember, I'm injured! Your birthday's coming up? When's your birthday? Happy almost birthday. What are you gonna do to celebrate, if anything? You better be celebrating something. Let's see. Any more plates that I can do? Any more plates? Aha. Thank you! This is made by Chaotic Aura. Hello, War. Everyone say, hi, War! They did amazing. It's true. She does all of her emotes, too. Oh, go eat! Eat is great. Eating is good. Eating's very good. Hello. Hello, lovely. Bye, have a beautiful time. So, anyways, I thought they were gonna go that way. Like, what are the odds that they do exactly what I don't want them to do? Fuck! That was by design. Whoa. That was by design. I did that on purpose. I can't wait for my mom's birthday. What's your mom's birthday? What are you gonna do for your mom? Oh my god, for Amazon Prime Day, I have almost everybody in my Famia's Christmas presents done. Hi, Midnight! Oh, you guys can't even see Midnight because my camera's off. But, for Amazon Prime Day, I have almost everyone's Christmas presents done. I'm so happy. My own ass or anything. Shut up. Not to twiddle my own asshole. Okay, can I snooze this ad before we start? Oh, nice. The 4th. Oh no way! Happy Independence Day! I get body block. Oh, okay. Good body block, Pixel. Good body block. Good body block. Yes, good body block. Stop poisoning me. Stop poisoning me! Damn it. They did what I always do. Wait, conviction! No, she has conviction. Did I? I did heal somebody. Cool. Yes. Now what can I do here? I don't know. What's the play here? Oh, is he gonna pick? No! I pressed E! What is my ping? What? I pressed E! That's so dumb! Whatever, that's fine. That's fine. Because, like, what really would I would have done anyway? Because I wouldn't have gotten the hatch. I would have, like, what, saved the bot? That's right, GG's. Damn, that sucks. Cat player. Meow. GG's. Oh, sorry. GG's. Oh, man. I look like I just said G's like I'm a toxic bitch. The killer speed was 100, but that shouldn't matter with me pressing E. Oh. Alright, does anybody else want to join? I have to play an ad, by the way. I have to play an ad. Ugh, L streamer. I know. Do you guys want to see a cat? This is midnight, by the way. If we say, hi, midnight! Yeah. Alright, ads now, no ads in game. Oh, she didn't even leave. She's still here. And now I'm out of snoozes, I know. You're such a good girl. Yeah. Anybody want to join? Any joiners? It's okay if you don't. She is. She's so cute. I love her so much. She's my favorite cat. I know. Yikes. She picks favorites. Oh, and Jasper just came down. Hey, so Jasper, Midnight's my favorite. Just so you know. Jasper, Midnight's my favorite. She's my favorite. You wanna know why? Because she doesn't piss everywhere, like you do. Little shit. Gotta put pee pads everywhere because of you, little bitch. Hey, I warned you about the ads. I warned ya! Ads now, no ads in game. Yeah. Jacob. Oh, wait, I gotta fix my build because I forgot. Oh, I don't have any more toolboxes. So I guess I could do this. I guess I could do this. Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Oh, hello, Jojo. Don't be mad at me, alright? Oh, I took your shot for you, Lore. It was so yummy. I love alcohol. Thank you. No, thank you. Welcome back, David. Is your name Jake Park? Alright, ads should be done, so I can ready up now. I was feeling the rummy. We did 3 shots of rum. One for you and one for Bravo from yesterday. One for Slasher Bunny today. And then... oh, we did the moonshine for Kodiak Attack earlier. Wait, Ward, you don't have Georgie, right? Guys, everyone spam Georgie. Everyone spam Georgie. Control A, Control C. B, 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 B. That's enough slices! No. PixelxKitten, can you please stop spamming the chat? I love him so much! Sure! More, what happened? Oh, that's funny. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, thank you. Oh man. Hi, Midnight. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take any frogs. I just played Wesker and the event ended up killing 3. Ooh, the last death was at 3 gens. Oh my god, I was trying to let her go, but she kept running away from the hatch. Really? Oh man, maybe someone who's newer, eh? Who has it can see it, right? Right? Yeah. 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 Can I say something? No. You can't speak for the rest of the stream. I'm joking. Oh my god, I'm such a joker. Midnight to artist. In this economy? Also, we got the hand, by the way. WS. Of course you can say something. Of course, of course, of course. Oh, hello, wall. I see, I don't have those emotes. For some reason, I didn't get them. Yo! Gay! 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 Oh, hell yeah. Triple gayed up in here. I love artists. And she's getting the Lilith skin, too, which is so super duper goated. Okay, I could have swore I saw a Jen in here. I guess I'm just stupid. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Still stupid, though. I love Angry Bird. Oh! Oh no! Spade just got. Ooh, what are the what's over under for coming here? Perfect. Oh, okay. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Stop having ears! She has ears! Stop! She has ears! Did you see she was locked the fuck in? Wait, why can't I go? Oh my god. She was locked in. That okay, so fun fact, I did not know that the killers could teleport through those portals. David, you don't have to lie. You don't have to lie to me. You're so sweet. Thank you so much, David. You're so sweet. That was so funny. I love Pokemon. Me? You saved me and not Spades? That's a choice. Oh, excuse me. I hate when the killers have ears. Shoot, I'm not gonna be able to save you, am I? Well, I guess. Oh, no, there it is. Yep. Okay. Oh, I'm leaving. Okay. We're gonna grab one of these, and we're gonna head over to look at. Okay. That has one plate. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I should be able to get this on hook. Oh, hello. Breakdown is what I'm about to have. Am I right, guys? I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh my god, what's happening? Are we gonna do plates? Is that what we're doing? What's happening here? What's happening here? Because I have a plate if anyone needs it. Because I'll do it. Oh, okay. No, Space is still running there. Because I have one plate there. On the table. Okay. I'm going to go back down to that plate. Because I want to say there's more plates down there than any other table. So I want to go here. Because I know I saw Spades come down here. Oh, there's only one? Oh, okay. So I'm just stupid. Okay, so I have two plates there. Someone had one plate over there. Damn. I could have swore I saw somebody come down there. I thought they put a plate down there. Well, there goes all my strategy. Birds can down you when you're injured and not swarmed. I don't know if that's a new add-on. Her birds can down you when you're injured and not swarmed. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure that's, like, by design, no? No, no? This has one. I think that still has one. Holy! That's normal? Yeah, okay. By design. Yeah. That's right. Oh, okay, I'll leave. Do you think she could see the birds on me? Hello, killer. Hello, Slots. Oh, I can't! Oh my god. Oh. So, I was spamming crouch the entire time, and I didn't realize that crouch doesn't cancel the repel. I didn't realize I had a bit. Oh, god. I'm so dumb. That's right. You guys don't watch me for good gameplay. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. You guys don't watch me for good gameplay. Alright. What table has... Okay, that table still has one? Okay, I just tried to scroll in to see if I could zoom in. Alright, downstairs table has two. That table has one for sure. Oh, I think two. I think I see one just to the right, like right above his head, and then the one right there. So I think there's two there and two down there. I don't know where there's other... I don't know where there's other plates. I'm just trying to be like Spades, but I'm not good enough. Oh my god, are those all I thought those were all like squirrel emotes. Hello, love. Thanks, Caitlin. Oh. Yeah, triple gay. I don't know, it sounded like she might be coming here. I got nervous. Ooh, oh, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ah. Ooh, she knows a thing or two. Holy, oh, I'm scared. Ooh, but she's got conviction. Nice, nice. Ooh. Okay. Stop that. I'm gonna whisk away. Oh, no. Oof. Okay, she just poisoned that table. Okay, she just poisoned that. So don't grab that. As much as I really want to. As much as I really want to. Don't grab that. Come Waddawee. Come. Oh, basement. Holy. Okay. I'm gonna finish my guffle. Almost. You're all out of balls? Damn. Okay, this Caitlin gamer? Great. Fantastic. They keep going for oops, sorry left, sorry left. Oh, are you want to be healed? You don't want to run? Running? 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 We're running? Woo! Okay. Holy! Are you gonna go to basement though? Because if you're gonna basement, I could try to take a hit. Eh? No, she's not gonna basement. Damn. I was really hoping for basement. When I catch you, Ricky. When I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you. You can see that? Okay, look at, respectfully, have you seen anything that I've done this game? Please tell me you didn't, because it's rough! Yikes! This game, the last game, and then the Springtrap game, I have been locked out of Dead by Daylight. I don't know what it is. I think I hit a moment where I'm just like, I'm tired. Oh, this is LG, by the way. Let me stop rates for an hour. There we go. Yeah, because I didn't realize it's already midnight o'clock for Central Standard Time. War. War. War never ends. No, GG's look at. That was very fun. Thank you for being the Jake to my Shane. Oh, man. I was doing so well. I know you guys wouldn't believe it, but I was doing really well earlier. And then you guys like, sure, yeah, coping. Copium. No, I promise, I was doing really well earlier. And all of a sudden, it just, I used all my juice. I'm juiceless. This Caitlin knows a fucking juicer. Where are you? There you are. You stay right there, sweet summer child. I believe it. Oh no, Destiny, you did fantastic. Because I'm gonna get this gen popped. Oh, is she gonna... Oh, she picks. Thank God. Nice. And then we're on desserts. Oh, shite. Yeah, she didn't come down here, eh? Nope. Alright. I got you, gamer. I got you, love. Oh, I just... Oh, item checked myself. I made it before that. Yes! How is your double going? Oh, she's got that perk. I think it... Oh. Let's for a moment pretend that I meant to fall down this hole. Just for one slightly little moment. Pretend that that was by design. How was your double bed? Where are you? Okay. I really... I do want this. Hello, Lovely. Oh my god, Caitlin got off. No way. Oh, man. Your ex misses you. Ew. That's bait. How was your what? Your double, right? Are you working a double or am I crazy? It's okay if I'm crazy. I've been known to be crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Put me in a room. A room with rats. The rats make me crazy. Where are the generators? Oh, princess. What are the generators looking like? Oh, I think I never did the one that was by Shaq, did I? Oh, princess. We've been off and on a couple times, and that's all. I'm going back to bed now. Have a great night. Have a good night, Shinobi. Truly, you definitely deserve... Oh, she didn't see me. She obviously saw me, actually. Ah! Nice. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, perfect.
Hello.
Yeah, you're double! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I love your username. But we do have anonymous follows on. But I see you. I appreciate you. She's so good. She is, as what kids in the business call it, the GOAT. Some goob here at work honking the horn. Oh, sorry. I'm typing on my phone right now to Bravo Penguin. There we go. Sorry. Oh, there's space. I was like, I couldn't find you. Where are you? I'm so sorry. But I dream tonight. Let's leave. Alright, where is she going to go? Because I really want to do this gen. Spades has that gen on lock. Okay, they're right there. Okay, now I know. Now I know. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ah, Shane, you're so loud, you goofy goober. Power Stroke and Flip Flop and Shane's perk and Impress a Huntress made them happy to see Power Struggle. They kept taking me to pallets. Really? So cute. Oh, I love that for you. Was it Full Throttle, the Shane perk you were using? That's awesome. 'Tis a single shift. Oh! Oh, ew. The one that I don't want to move by fast. We are schmoovin'. But it's your Friday. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take a Friday that makes it go schmoovin'. That sucks, though. It's a lot of work. That is adorable. First of all, we love Huntresses. Second of all, we love Power Struggle. Third of all, yeah! This is just faster. Oh.
Lizard.
Oh! Why my character stopped moving? That was egregious! Yo, I literally, on God, my character stopped moving. Oh, man. I was not spot checking. I literally just, like, my character got stuck on, like, a pebble. That's alright. It's my Thursday, but my Friday is in the morning, so it's not too bad. But, ugh, I'm ready for my weekend. What are you got anything fun planned for the weekend? Besides a good R&R, rest and relaxation? Also, hi, Daddy Myers. We've gone against some huge Omega Dawn killers tonight. Like, some really strong killers. Also, I saw Spades got that last gen done, so this is really strong because they can either get Shack or Hatch. And by Shack or Hatch, I meant doors or Hatch. Shack or Hatch! I did, Scrubsky! Get shit on. I'm about to end.
Lizard.
Oh! She did the thing! Scrubsky, were you about to raid me? Get shit on.
Hi, almost 2
Is he
years.
live right now? He's trying to raid me right now! Get shit on! Hi, MPPs! MPPs! Thank you so much for the 23 buddies! Enjoy your 90, count 'em, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudge sticks, MPPs. I love you so much. I hope you're having so much fun playing Mecha Chameleon. Actually toxic and reported. Listen, fair, valid, yes. I understand. Thanks for the games. I know, she's ending stream, I know, toxic. Ugh. Everyone go follow Scrubsky and tell him how hot and talented and handsome he is. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? See, this is why we end streams. This is why we stop raids for an hour. Because I would have been toxic for leaving as soon as I got raided. Because I would have. Extra game for Scrubskis? Absolutely not. I would have. I would have done an extra game. Just for you. But we're actually going to find someone to raid. You better stop it right now. I'm going to smooch you. And that's a threat and a promise. I'm having a burger from work right now at totally medium temperature and it's high-key elite. Oh. Burgers in general are high-key elite. And a beer? Oh my god. Okay. I would like to work where I can have burgers and beer at work. Yes, please. I love that for you. But MPPs, thank you so much for 23 monthlies. What the fudge? Thank you so much. You're so hot and so tall, so talented, so handsome. Really? Oh, I laughed before they could say anything. Yeah, they were really good. Super Gucci as a coochie. Whom should we raid? Should we raid Scrubsky? I bet he doesn't have raids turned off. That would be so funny. I won't, though. Everyone should go follow him, though. Thank you so much for the games, everybody, by the way. Spades and everybody. Thank you guys so much for playing. I really appreciate you. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. King Fluffy! Think of the forehead kissy. Emily. Wait, Emily, it's your birthday today, right? Oh, I was thinking about that, Spades. Emily, think of the forehead kissy. Also, happy birthday if it's your birthday, because I think I saw that's what you're... Yes! I was like, I think that's what you said on your tweet, right? Everyone say happy birthday, Emily! Emily, did you have a good stream? Oh, where am I typing? Okay. I was going to shout you out in my mod chat. That wouldn't have worked. Oh my gosh, Emily, I hope you had the best stream ever. I hope you're having the best birthday ever. Stellar Bear wants a Pokemon? Oh, wait, well, my knee-jerk reaction is to give you a bear. So, like, my knee-jerk reaction is Teddy Ursa. But let me put some actual thought in there. Ooh, what about Jirachi? Oh, I didn't know you were getting that today. Well, I'm glad I signed it earlier. Shite. You're so sweet, Emily. I hope you had such a good birthday. Everyone say happy birthday. The burger I'm consuming would cost $31? Jesus fuck. Okay, maybe I don't want to be there. Yikes. Yeah, so Teddy Ursa or Jirachi, you pick. I swear I keep hearing you say my name. Am I? I'm saying Emily. I'm saying Stellar Bear. I'm trying to think what word sounds like. Happy birthday! Happy good birthday. No one gets left behind. Ooh, but seriously, thank you guys so much for playing with me. I had the best time today. And, like, I'm so glad I didn't cancel. Yippee! wait, Lizard, when's your birthday? Hoorah.
Lizard.
July 8th? Coming up. Okay, where is she? I had it up. Where is it? There you go. What is it to die for? Do you really even know? The saddest bitch on earth. I want to go there. If that's a entertainment place at park, I want to go there. I'm joking. No one was left behind. Hoorah. Do you guys want to raid someone who's super fucking hot, super fucking tall, super fucking talented, and super fucking handsome? You guys will love her so much. What do you think? They're playing DVD! I know! So many cuties! Let's raid. Me? Are you live right now? Yes. Watch, it wasn't the person that Spades and I were talking about. I'm joking. Guys, we're gonna raid Sin Pain. Me? Moi? I'll see you guys on Monday. Monday will be our last June stream. Thank you guys so much for all the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties, the lurkies, the turkeys, the raids, the wades. Thank you guys so much. Do it! Catch it more! Did you buy balls? I hope you bought balls, War. Ah, you did. Good boy. What? What the fuck said that? I hope you guys had the best weekend ever. Emily, happy birthday! Yeah, seriously, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much. I had so much fun. I cannot begin to reiterate how much fun I had on stream today. Truly. If you guys can do anything for me this weekend, just take care of yourselves. Be kind. Take care of yourselves. Get some R&R. Go ahead and follow me socials if you want. You guys don't go to. But don't forget to use whatever raid commands you guys want / have. Raid emotes. I know you already put them. I'm going to put them again because I was yapping. But seriously, from the bottom of my butt, thank you guys so much for just being here and hanging out with me and letting me do a silly little no-cam stream. I love you very much. I love you, Moist. I love you, Moist. Also, Midnight says goodbye. Everybody say bye-bye, Midnight. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye, Midnight.